the Cowboys, the Giants, the Commanders, the Bears, Raiders, Rams, Broncos, Lions.
It should have been the Lions, man. It should have been the Lions. Even the Bears would have been sizzled. I don't know, man.
Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams.
That's what I'm saying. Spice it up a little bit.
Like what?
What? I mean, the Rams are the only team that actually competed with the Eagles last year.
Okay, the Rams would have been a good one too.
Well,
I want to kick the season off with a good match.
No, I mean the playoffs. So sorry.
Wait, what kicked off the season last year? Wasn't it Ravens Chiefs or something juicy like that?
Yeah, it was Ravens Chiefs.
Ravens Chiefs.
And the year before was Chiefs and the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this just feels very underwhelming.
Which was like,
and that was a great game because the Lions.
Well, I shouldn't say that was a birth.
Chris Jones was out. The Lions won.
The birth. It's a fascinating question.
No, but that was even though Chris Jones was out because of the contract.
They beat the reigning defending champs on
Arrowhead.
Banner Night, yeah.
Lions have to win a Super Bowl because they have two of the most memorable regular season games. The last game of the season a few years ago against the Packers that eliminated Rodgers and the Packers. That was Rodgers' last game. And then the first game where they won against the Chiefs. Those have to mean something. Those are really, you don't have that many memorable regular season games that, catapult you. They better win. All right, there you go.
Should have been the Lions, man, or the Bears,
or the Commanders, or the Rams.
The Rams. It could have been quite literally any other team, but the Cowboys.
And the NFL doesn't usually mess this up.
No,
I'm shocked.
Cowboys. Cowboys.
All right, time now for I'm over.
It's football season.
All right, sure. I guess Cowboys. Sure.
Here we go.
The Eagles are like, great, thanks for the win on opening night.
Right, we appreciate it. Cowboys are like the homecoming game for the Eagles now.
What's the money game? like some school you've never heard of for $1 million?
We'll write you a check for us to beat the brakes off you.
BTA.
Belt to ass.
All right, I'm over. First thing.
Over the Dallas Cowboys. Next.
I'm over the prices of greeting cards. Have you noticed how expensive, a Hallmark card has gotten?
No. I usually buy blank cards and just have them.
Yeah.
Well,
at the ready, stationery.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm unfamiliar, so fill us in.
I always try to find the cheapest ones. All of a sudden, I saw a card yesterday for Mother's Day, $13.95.
No, stop it. Get right out of here. $13.
$13.95.
Man, you might as well buy a bouquet of flowers. They'll give you the greeting card to go with it.
Seriously.
It's unbelievable.
Hit up Books.
Yeah, go to Books, man.
$13.
Use promo code Canty.
Get the quickie book.
Yeah, the quickie book.
Cents for a greeting
card. They'll give you the card with it. You could literally spend $30, get a bouquet of flowers, and they will give you a card where you can write whatever you want to write in it.
Not arguing.
An outrageous price point for something that someone is going to throw away within a 24-hour span.
That's right. And if you're getting a greeting card from someone of meaning, a lot of time it's what they write versus what the card writes. And if the card has this beautiful thing written on it, normally, at least I do, the reference to this card says it all, boom, then I'm going to write you a note after that. $13.95 for a greeting card.
See, that's where you're making a rookie mistake. You have to do what Smalls is talking about doing. Get the nice card that has nothing on the inside. That way you can write your own message and you don't have to reference the message that's already included in the card.
Yes.
Because when it's got a message already written in it, it confines you to writing something very specific that actually makes sense to go along with the message that's already included.
That's right. And it's like a beautiful stationery. Sometimes it has a monogram on it.
Yeah, don't put limitations on yourself with getting a pre-written card. Get the card that has nothing written inside.
I'm sorry, if I go to a Walgreens, a CVS, a Dwayne Reed, whatever, to grab a card, and it's $13.95, you're going to get a text.
Can I ask you a question?
You're going to get an email.
I'm putting that card right back.
Do you look at the price, though, of the cards?
No, you're right. I probably would have just gone to the checkout.
That's the problem. Greeting cards do not have the prices like you would buy shampoo off the shelf and it would say $4.99 or whatever.
It's on the back of the card.
It's on the back of the card and they separate it by birthday, religious event, death, congratulations, whatever it may be, right? So you're like, oh, this card looks nice. You read it, you don't look at the price. And then it's $13.95.
Oh yeah, but I have no shame though. If I get up to the register and the amount that I owe is more than I think it is, I'll tell the cashier, turn that little monitor around. Let me see what
the itemization.
Let me see the itemization of it.
You're right.
And if that greeting card says $13, guess what's gonna happen? You keep that right here. I'll let you restock that later. Just give me everything else I bought.
Absolutely. All right.
No shot spending $13 on a damn greeting card.
Things are outrageous.
Yeah, my mama know I love her.
Seriously.
She don't need a $13 card to tell her that.
She'd be like, save your money.
Just save your money. Buy me something else that I like.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
All right, here's what else I'm over. I'm over being shamed for trying to provide breakfast in bed for my wife on Mother's Day.
Oh, you're ashamed for that?
No, here's why. I went to go buy her breakfast at a restaurant to bring it home. And people... What?
People are saying you should have made it yourself?
Well, my Mother's Day got off to a fascinating start yesterday as I tried to get my wife breakfast in bed, went to 3 different places that were all closed all of a sudden before I went to a 4th, got home, she had already woken up and was out of bed. It was a disaster. Then I drove 50 minutes, our whole family, to take my daughter to her softball game. She didn't have her glove.
Oh, no.
But people on Twitter at Evco Radio are ripping me because it's your fault. You went to all these places. You should have made her the breakfast. Well, no. The professional, the actual chef, is going to make it better than I did.
Yeah.
And I wake up really early in the morning, as we all do, but I wake up really early in the morning on the weekends. So I figured I'd go and get her a nice breakfast and bring it home.
Right.
And everyone's like, no, you should have made it yourself. Why? I'm going to make her a worse breakfast? Why would I be shamed for this?
Well, it's an incredible thought to provide her breakfast in bed, but I think the logistics of it are a bit short-sighted. You got to get out of bed. You got to go pick it up. Like, the window of time you allowed yourself for the execution was just, it was too long, Evan. Like, if you make the eggs downstairs, it's a quicker turnaround.
They're not edible then if I make them.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
The best buffet is back. Buffet 66 at Route 66 Casino Hotel is now open with 10 food stations and hundreds of great items to choose from. You better bring your appetite. All the food is fresh and made to order. From our amazing salad bar to our Mongolian grill, from tasty Tex-Mex to our delicious desserts, we have all the foods you love. Buffet 66 at Route 66 Casino Hotel is now open Thursday through Sunday.
The PGA Championship on ESPN. There's nothing like the first. The first player at the very first tee.
What a morning we've got in store for you here.
A first-class field including Rory, Scotty, and Xander.
And Rory goes flag hunting.
The PGA Championship. First coverage starts at 7 a.m. Eastern, Thursday through Sunday on ESPN+. Sign up now at espnplus.com/golf.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Your exclusive home for the Los Angeles Dodgers and the MLB postseason. 1017 The Team. KQTM FM, Rio Rancho, Albuquerque.
Unsportsmanlike with Evan Canty and Michelle.
Donovan Mitchell not starting the second half for the Cavaliers as Ty Jerome is out on the floor. Donovan Mitchell has an ankle injury, and he is doubtful to return.
Left ankle injury, he'll get a MRI. Obviously couldn't go in the second half, so we'll see what the MRI says.
Really, this is all about what his availability is, because I can't see the Cavs winning 3 consecutive games with Donovan Mitchell not able to go.
Okay, welcome to the show. We are on Sportsmanlike here on ESPN Radio. ESPN2, we are presented by Progressive Insurance, Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Highlights, Cavs Pacers, WTAM in Cleveland last night. Cavs Radio Network. Indiana annihilates, absolutely destroys the Cleveland Cavaliers. They were up by 40-plus points, including 41 at halftime in this game, and they obviously win the game 129-109. Wasn't that close. Donovan Mitchell hurt. Major storyline. Hope everybody had a good Mother's Day and a great weekend. Along with Michelle Smallman, Chris Canty, Evan Cohen. How are we doing today?
Yeah, Donovan Mitchell is hurt is a story, but the big story is that the Pacers smoked the Cleveland Cavaliers yesterday, and the Donovan Mitchell injury didn't have an impact on the complexion of that game. Like, that was a lopsided game. It was, like you said, a 41-point lead at halftime for Indiana. There was no chance that the Cavs had of being able to win that game. And when they had everybody back in the lineup, it didn't make a material difference in terms of what we saw out on the court. I thought Indiana did a great job of being able to figure out the 3-2 zone that the Cavs threw on them in Game 3, had success with defensively. They shot them out of that zone. Indiana, 50% from the field, 42% from 3. It ain't over, Smalls, but it's over.
What do you say? The fat lady's, she hasn't sung, but she's warming up?
Oh, yeah, she's warming up right now.
For sure. She's doing the vocal exercises. And that 41-point lead into the half tied the largest halftime lead in NBA postseason history. It was unbelievable. And what a response from Indiana after the game on Friday. And I love that their mentality is still that they haven't proven anything yet, that they are playing the role of the underdog and still saying that everyone has doubted them and they haven't done anything yet. I think that's beneficial for them as they move forward, having a commanding 3-1 series lead like this.
Everyone has doubted them. We didn't talk about that. They were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. We didn't say, like, oh, yeah, this is their series. Yeah. This is their year. We talk about the Celtics. We talk about the Cavs. Maybe a tiny bit the Bucks before the playoffs just because of Giannis. Obviously, the Knicks, who have been very good despite the game this weekend. Nobody's bringing up the Pacers before the playoffs. And they're the ones that are going to end up in the Eastern Conference Finals and maybe the NBA Finals. They're awesome. They're faster than everybody. Their pace is amazing. Their chemistry between these guys is awesome. I mean, Halliburton did not play like a superstar yesterday, but Halliburton is clearly the leader of this team. This whole overrated thing from the Athletic was the greatest thing that could have happened to the Indiana Pacers. They have depth. And it's funny because the Cavs' superpower in many ways, outside of Donovan Mitchell, is the double big lineup, right? That Mobley and Allen are bigger and stronger theoretically than everyone else. Did you notice what happened last night? Siakam had 21. Turner had 21. Obi Toppin had 20. So they had 61 points between their 3 bigs.
17 for the other ones. 17 for the Cavs.
What's the point of the double big lineup if they don't play double bigs? No, serious. Like when you have a guy like DeAndre Hunter, who we'll get to, who's very smart, he totally outsmarted Benedict Mathurin, who thought he was going to outsmart him. Virginia guy, so you should feel good about that, obviously. But I think that when you have those two guys together and you're not feasting, as Nuno, a Knicks fan, has pointed out, our producer all along, this Cavs team in many ways was built up to make sure you beat the Knicks and be tougher than the Knicks after they were really out tough by the Knicks years ago? What's the point? What's the point of the double bigs? I understand you won 64 games in the regular season, but this team's going to go down potentially in 5 or 6 games here. They're not even going to get to a game 7, I don't think, in the second round. And I like the Cavs. I've been saying all year they're the most likable team, but they're falling apart.
Yeah, they're falling apart, but we can't understate the impact of the guys' injuries and being in and out of the lineup and how that disrupts the rhythm, the flow that the Cavs have been able to operate with on the offensive side of the court. Like, I think that's a big thing, and we know that when you're not right offensively, it does affect what you see on the defensive side. So I think that's the issue that Cleveland has been facing, right? When you have Darius Garland, when you have DeAndre Hunter, when you have Evan Mobley out of the lineup, when you have Donovan Mitchell dealing with something, you're not able to function like you have been throughout the entirety of the regular season and early on in the postseason, right? This is a good Cleveland Cavaliers team that's well coached under Kenny Atkinson, Coach of the Year. But they're a good team, a really good team. But even when you have that kind of talent, if you don't have the guys that you depend on in the lineup every single night, it's going to change who you are. And it's the perfect confluence of events because now you have an Indiana Pacers team that has been firing on all cylinders. I just saw this stat this morning, couldn't believe it. The Indiana Pacers, since January 1st, 41-6. Ooh. So they are humming. They are playing outstanding basketball and have been for months. So when you start taking a couple of key cogs out of your lineup, when guys aren't playing the minutes that you expect them to, other guys are being thrust into different roles that they're not accustomed to, it's going to adversely affect you. And that's exactly what we're seeing from the Cavs. So I don't think that this series is an indictment on the Cleveland Cavaliers. I'm not going to sit here and call them pretenders or anything like that because I recognize that they're dealing with substantive issues around injuries. And when you have those guys out of the lineups, it's going to impact you. And we're seeing that when they're up against an opponent like the Indiana Pacers who can run anybody out of the gym with how well they play offensively and how much they've been clicking.
Yeah, they have been clicking. They had 7 players finish in double figures. They had an incredible distribution of production. But maybe those breaks that they've had over the past couple seasons, as Nuno always points out, has any team, has any franchise gotten more positive breaks in the postseason than the Indiana Pacers? Maybe that's why we dismiss them a little bit. We think about years prior, we look at the Cavs and we say, okay, this isn't an indictment on them because they're dealing with injuries. And now all of a sudden with Donovan Mitchell, you certainly have a big question looming. But maybe that's why we've been a little bit dismissive of Indiana when we shouldn't have been.
Nuno?
Well, Canty, I get it, injuries, right? But like that game, they missed all 3 of those guys. They had a 20-point lead. They were up 7 with 48 seconds to go, and they lost that game. Like at that point, injuries are out of the, out the window there. Like, yes, it could impact everything else, but you were up 20 points. You were up 7 with 48 seconds to go, and you lost that game. Or, like you didn't get an offensive rebound with 11 seconds left, defensive rebound with 11 seconds left. So there was, it's hard to say you can use injuries as an excuse when you were in that position to win the game, and tie the series at 1 on your home court.
I hear that, Nuno. I will also acknowledge that Donovan Mitchell did everything in that game. He scored 48 points, and one is left to wonder whether or not he had enough gas in the tank to be able to close the show. And we've seen in the postseason that you need your stars to be able to step up and make those plays. See what SGA did yesterday against the Denver Nuggets. Like, you need your stars to be able to close out those types of moments. And with Donovan Mitchell, so much of the load being on him because you had DeAndre Hunter out, because you had Evan Mobley out, because you had Darius Garland out, you're just left to wonder, well, maybe if he didn't have to do so much in the first 3 quarters, he would have had enough to be able to control the way that game 2 ended. So I hear your point, Nuno. I'm not dismissing it. I will say, though, when you have that type of interruption with your rotation, it is going to impact you, and that's why I think this Pacers series has been so one-sided for the Cavs.
So now the Cavs have another issue. Right now, if you're going to say...
literally.
Yeah.
A Cav.
Right. So now, if you're a Cavs fan, like our very own Rob Lorenzo, our social and digital guy, you could be upset you're down 3-1, obviously. The question now becomes whether or not you're going to get Donovan Mitchell in the next game because of injury. Here's what Kenny Atkinson, Cavs head coach, had to say post-game.
What can you tell us about Donovan? Left ankle injury. He'll get MRI tomorrow.
So obviously there's just not much more you can say as far as availability.
I mean, no idea. I mean, obviously couldn't go in the second half. So, see what the MRI says.
Okay, so if you're watching on ESPN2 right now, Javante is showing the video of Donovan Mitchell. For those obviously listening on our many radio stations across the country, thank you, ESPN app and Sirius XM 80, Donovan Mitchell was trying to get shots up at halftime, and when he planted his left leg, he couldn't do anything with it. It was almost as if it just kind of his body gave out the moment he just started planting. He said, he being Kenny Atkinson, ankle. Brian Windhorst, the ESPN NBA insider, Hoop Collective podcast on SportsCenter last night said, not so fast with that ankle.
Donovan Mitchell has been dealing in this series with a calf injury. It was not serious enough to be on the injury report, but he was definitely dealing with it and admitted he was going through something. So when you see that video of him appearing to pull something, I mean, he didn't even get airborne, but the Cavs say left ankle. We'll go with left ankle. They'll know more about the MRI, but Donovan, had a calf injury last year in the playoffs, actually in the second round. Was sort of coming from heavy usage rate when the team was dealing with some injuries at that time. He ended up missing a couple of games in the Celtics series when the Cavs were eliminated. Now, really, this is all about what his availability is.
So, guys, we've been saying this now for the better part of the last week or two, that we could focus on Garland, Mobley, and Hunter, but Mitchell was the one that was actually banged up with the calf, even though he was playing through it and even though he was awesome. I mean, I don't know if he can play in the next game because the calf, as we learned with Kevin Durant years ago, very much leads to the Achilles.
Yeah, but why would you play him? I would shut Donovan Mitchell down for the rest of the playoffs.
Wow.
Which ain't gonna be that long.
Wow.
It ain't gonna be that long.
Don't risk it.
This is over. I mean, listen, the Pacers are up 3-1. Teams that go up 3-1 in a best-of-7 series are 280-13.
Ooh, okay.
So Indiana has a 95% chance at advancing and getting to the conference finals.
But Cleveland is not afraid of being down 3-1, at least historically. I know different team, LeBron, but still, maybe that organization is she may be singing up or warming up, but the fat lady has not sung yet.
Sure, and that's fair, Smalls, but you're talking about your best player dealing with a significant injury. You got a better chance at something bad happening to Donovan Mitchell in the way of injuries with him pushing it, as opposed to your team being able to come back from being down 3-1 in this series and getting to the conference finals. It's just playing the odds. I think that this is an instance where you have to protect the player from himself and you have to protect what's in the best interest of the franchise long term. The window is just opening up for Cleveland. I mean, you got a lot of young 20-somethings on that team. Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, these guys are young.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you want to interrupt the incremental improvement that you've been making by throwing in a potential catastrophic Donovan Mitchell injury that would derail what you could be next season and potentially the year after that? If something happens, God forbid, to Donovan Mitchell because you push him in what would be, a small chance to try to get back into this series, then all of a sudden you're talking about the window to compete for a championship with this core of players effectively being shot. I just don't think it makes any sense. Mm-hmm. I think that there are too many good things going on for this franchise, for this organization, to risk putting Donovan Mitchell out there and something terrible happening.
And you're thinking about the future, which is where mine should go. But I'm sure for that organization, after such a dominant season, that it's hard to punt on that, especially for a player like Donovan Mitchell, who is a dog and wants to be out there.
Yeah, they're going to have to protect him from himself. There's no way he's going to voluntarily do what Cece just said. But the Cavs organization has to think about the long term, and Donovan Mitchell is their short term and their long term. Right. Don't ruin it twice, right? You're going to ruin the series is basically over. Pacers are awesome. And you don't want Donovan to be out for a while now. There's more to do with this series. There's a whole incident with Benedict Mathurin and DeAndre Hunter. In one guy trying to outsmart the other guy, and the guy who was not trying to do it outsmarted the other guy. I was intentionally confusing there. The Virginia guy outsmarted the other guy. You happy about that?
We'll get into it.
You disagree with that?
We'll get into
it. Very interesting. ESPN bet. I lost us our bet over the weekend. I apologize. I said Jokic on the over. I also made a bet this morning, though. Interim coach / manager bump.
Oh, the Rockies?
2 in a row for the Rockies. Rockies. Let's go. I bet on the Rockies for tonight against the Rangers. The game that everyone's going to be paying attention to on ESPN Bet. Join me. Interim manager bump. Bet the Rockies money line, Smalls.
A lot of people do not want to bet the Rockies money line. The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action just like Evan at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL, that's USL, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. Will a road trend continue for Boston as they look to tie the series up at 2? Or will the Knicks push them to the brink of elimination? Coverage begins today at 7 Eastern, with tip-off at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. Presented by Indeed.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Visit your Albuquerque Santa Fe Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Casino at the Downs has it all. Enjoy cash drawings, daily food specials, senior Fridays for players 50 and better, and active and retired military offers Tuesdays. Plus, late night loot midnight to 2 a.m. Monday through Thursday to win up to $500 in free play. Only at Casino at the Downs.
The cost of living keeps going up, but the cost of living well is more affordable than ever at Crown Jewels & Coin. Time to indulge your appetite for the finer things from our splendid collection of fine jewelry. Lowest prices in the state. Easy financing available. Whether you're craving big, sparkling carats, starting a chain reaction, or adding a pop of pizzazz, treat yourself to that long-desired, well-deserved treasure from Crown Jewels & Coin. For all you treasure. San Mateo, north of Candelaria.
Hell yeah. Yes.
How does he keep getting older and I stay the same age? You know, they keep aging. I just stay the same age. It's crazy how that happens.
Amber Indian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on Sirius XM Channel 80. Previously on Clinton and Friends.
I can't believe I'm saying this, and I can't believe I'm starting the show with this. But this is the truth of the matter, and we are in it right now. The National Basketball Association is better when the New York Knickerbockers are a good basketball team. This is where we are. I remember it like it was yesterday in '99.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
This is Lou Holt. You're listening to ESPN Radio 101.7 The Key.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Cavaliers are going to fall behind 3-1 in this best-of-7 series.
They were at another level. Their force was greater. It was really physical domination. We got to do a better job of just responding when they do throw a punch.
We are unsportsmanlike here on ESPN Radio, where the NBA playoffs are on. Catch postseason action on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed. So, the Indiana Pacers up a commanding 3-1 in this series, because of the calf injury and because of the future of the player and the team. CC has said, if you're the Cavs, shut Donovan Mitchell down. Do not risk it. Before we get to the other series that took place yesterday with the Thunder and the Nuggets, a horrible shooting game that went to the Thunder tying up that series at 2 apiece. Jokic obviously has struggled for Jokic, even though he still leads the team in almost every category. But for him, he's been struggling. There was a little dust up, so to speak, in the Pacers and Cavs game. So Benedict Mathurin and DeAndre Hunter, Mathurin of Indiana, Hunter of Cleveland, have been kind of jawing back and forth all series. So Mathurin did this move that he kind of, for lack of a better term, punched, I guess, Hunter, when really the refs and the fans probably were not even looking at it. And he did it just so Hunter would then fight back, and he kind of moved back, put his arms out to the side, and Hunter pushed him to the ground. I'm not sure the refs would have ever seen the punch by Mathurin if not for the push by Hunter, and Hunter was pointing to his head and his brain like, hey, I outsmarted you. Mathurin was trying to get him to retaliate so the refs would see the retaliation. The refs ended up seeing the first punch, though. And now, I guess, technically, by letter of the law, there's a chance that Mathurin, who's been good in this series, may get suspended. Right? I mean, I technically?
Yeah, that's the part I'm not clear about. So he
got thrown out last night. I should have pointed that out.
He did punch him with a closed fist. Now, do they look at it from a standpoint of time served with the flagrant 2 ejection, or is it a situation where they're willing to take him off the court for Game 5? I don't know. There's no clarity beyond it. But I will say this. DeAndre Hunter, Virginia guy, not surprised that he pulled this move, got Benedict Mathurin ejected. But then after that, you did nothing. You did nothing in the game. Like, usually everybody benefits from taking one of the best wing defenders that the other team has off the court. But DeAndre Hunter, as a wing player, did nothing with it. This dude didn't make a field goal yesterday. Not one shot. Yeah, what? He was 5 or 6 from the free throw line. Congratulations. Big whoop. But you didn't make a single field goal? And your team is down 40 at halftime? How does that make sense? When Benedict Mathurin got ejected, you're talking about the Pacers being up 12 points. They extended their lead significantly while taking one of their top 7 guys in the rotation off the court. That's the part where I struggle with if you're the Cleveland Cavaliers, if you're DeAndre Hunter, for all of this nonsense that's going on that has nothing to do with basketball. You didn't take advantage of the basketball element of it, which is one of their best players not playing the rest of the way. That makes no sense to me, Smalls.
So you can give him props for being cerebral enough to react in a way that called attention to Mathurin instigating it and getting him in trouble. But then you do have to take advantage of that situation.
No doubt.
You have to capitalize on the opportunity that you just created.
Yes.
And in the playoffs, there always is such a small margin for error anyway that I'm absolutely with you. They should have been able to do more with that. But shout out, though, to Hunter for reacting in a way that got Mathurin in a bad position, because after the official review, they gave him a more severe penalty. They said, you instigated this, you started the altercation. So we'll see how it bears out moving forward. But I loved that he was able to do that in a way that got the instigator in trouble.
I'm not sure there is such a thing as time served in the NBA. We're going to find out, right? Because I think in theory, it's a black and white rule of if you punch, then you get suspended.
Because it was a closed fist to the stomach.
It just was not like a full-fledged punch like you would think of a punch. It would be like you're doing that to your sibling, like you're kind of knocking into them a little bit. Like it wasn't like a fighting kind of punch.
It wasn't like a hook.
Yeah, I think exactly.
But it's still a closed fist to the stomach.
Yeah, no, you're right. It just felt like more of a push-off, and Mathurin clearly was trying to bait him, and Hunter took the bait, but it was bad for Mathurin because of that incident. They reviewed it.
Yeah, but I'm sitting here thinking about it now, like how smart was it by DeAndre Hunter? Because from that moment to halftime, you're talking about the Pacers outscoring the Cavs 58-29.
Right, but we didn't know that in the moment, obviously.
No, I'm saying we didn't know that in the moment, but we never know what instances can be the catalyst for a team being able to go on a run, for a team being energized, for a team getting the crowd involved at home. Like, that was one of those things. We're thinking about it as a moment for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Okay, maybe you can get the series to turn by getting one of their guys off the court. And when, in fact, the series did turn because everybody was galvanized behind what took place in that fisticuffs that Benedict Mathurin and DeAndre Hunter got into. it ended up being a net positive for the Pacers in a huge way. So again, DeAndre Hunter pointed to his hand saying, you got to be smart, you got to be smart. Yeah, you got to be smart. You have to take advantage of one of their better players being out of the game. You didn't, and conversely, it was a rally moment for the Indiana Pacers.
Mm-hmm. We are on Sportsman Night here on ESPN Radio. The other game last night, or yesterday, Oklahoma City and Denver, they're now tied at 2 apiece after a 92-87 Oklahoma City win at Denver. SGA did have 25, 6, and 6. He had 8 points in the final 6 minutes of the fourth quarter. Nobody else on Oklahoma City had more than 11. They didn't need the scoring because Denver only scored 8 points in the first half of this game. Jokic had 27 and 13, only 3 assists. And he missed free throws down the stretch. He doesn't look 100% like himself. I always look at the assist numbers with him because that's what he wants to do. He wants to facilitate for everyone else. And the 3 assists is obviously very low. Aaron Gordon, Aaron Gordon may be the easiest player in the NBA for everybody to like, regardless of what team you root for. That guy is just awesome. And he just plays his role perfectly. But the Nuggets got stuff from him, but not enough from Jokic. And post-game, Jokic had this to say on struggling with the shooting in this series.
I mean, it's a little bit of everything, you know. They're playing really good defense on me. They're really, to my body, handsy, physical. I think I missed like 2 or 3 open looks tonight. So it's a little bit of everything, you know. They're shrinking the ball. They're shrinking the floor for me. They're having guy behind the defender. So it's a little bit of everything, you know. So I need to do a better job, of course, but it's part of the game.
I have no worries that Jokic is going to snap out of this, but I mean, there's an argument they should be up 3-1 in this series.
Yes.
They had that game yesterday.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I mean, Nikola Jokic missed a couple of free throws down the stretch. Aaron Gordon missed a couple of free throws with less than a minute to go. Michael Porter missed a bunny in the lane, a little fadeaway shot.
Russ 3.
That would have made it a one-possession game. Russell Westbrook. There were so many missed opportunities that the Denver Nuggets had, but it was just that kind of game. That was an ugly basketball game to watch. I mean, the score at the end of the first quarter was 17-8.
Yeah, so bad.
I mean, they're the Denver Nuggets, but both teams were laying bricks in Ball Arena yesterday. It was just an absolute embarrassment. It was abysmal to watch. That being said, you got to find a way to be able to win ugly games. It's playoff basketball. And for the others not to be able to do enough to pick up Nikola Jokic is a little bit disappointing. Like, we know that the Oklahoma City Thunder, they have a lot of bigs and a lot of that they can throw at Nikola Jokic. They're doing it by committee defensively. That's why he's gone 3 straight games with shooting under 40% from the field. But when you have the focus of the other team's defensive efforts on your best player, if you're those other stars, if you're Jamal Murray, if you're Russell Westbrook, if you're Aaron Gordon, you got to find a way to step up. Michael Porter, you got to find a way to step up. And those guys have it. And it's something that we've been talking about with the Denver Nuggets for the last several seasons. Like, Jamal Murray is supposed to be that second star, but he hasn't proven to always be reliable. Now, in the postseason, more so than the regular season, he's shown up. But that being said, it's not as if we're assigning an all-star moniker or label to Jamal Murray. There isn't that second star that can carry your team in the postseason if you're the Denver Nuggets, and that's the question mark around whether or not this team is going to be able to take advantage of Nikola Jokic at the height of his powers.
Will this series go 7, Smalls? Answer that coming up. Plus, we got to get to the Knicks and the Celtics, the Warriors and the Wolves. And tonight is draft lottery night, which we are going to find out after tonight, depending on what team gets the number 1 pick, if Giannis is going to continue to pick Wisconsin. Or could he pick another team? Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life, great schools, fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio.
Alexander open 3. Bang, he got it.
From the play-in tournament.
It really just felt like we had a second chance.
Until a champion is crowned at the NBA Finals.
If you don't think we are headed for an amazing spring, I can't help you.
Welcome to the NBA playoffs. Anything can happen.
On ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
The future is calling, and it needs you to be the doctors, the mechanics, the programmers, the leaders of tomorrow. And the only way to get there is to be here, today. Having good attendance at school is the #1 way to improve your chances of success in the future. Missing just 2 days a month significantly impacts academic performance. Be here today so you can be the future. For more information, visit BeHereNM.org. Brought to you by the New Mexico Public Education Department.
Put your game faces on and get ready to experience sports betting like never before. Caesars Sportsbook is taking over at Route 66 Casino Hotel with new game-dominating betting options, better rewards, and the best sportsbook in the U.S. Let the games begin. Place your bets today. Get your kicks.
Good afternoon. I'm with Daniel's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Oh, thank goodness. Come in.
They told me you need your drain snaked.
Oh, well, actually, there's a snake in the drain.
Oh, boy.
The plumbing pros at Daniels have seen it all. Daniels Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, drain cleaning, hydrojetting, and more. Plus, commercial kitchen and building annual maintenance packages. DanielsHVACNM.com.
You want it right today. Get it done the Daniels way. Daniels Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Our home and/or business is our largest investment. When water and fire damage occur, call someone local and trusted, water extraction experts. They understand the stress that goes along with getting the problem solved quickly and provide 24-hour, 7-day-a-week service. They will handle the process from damage restoration to full restoration. They will also help with getting dangerous mold removed and determine the cause to get rid of mold for good. 250-6500 and waterextractionexperts.com.
High school and college sports are full of action, comebacks, and victories. But off the court, our community is facing a crisis. Street fentanyl. Just one pill can take a life, shatter a family, and change a future. The good news, just like in sports, comebacks are possible. By staying informed and looking out for each other, we have the power to save a life. Learn more at keepnmalive.org. Brought to you by Bernalillo County and the city of Albuquerque.
Great food, cold drinks, and 16 Gold Crown tables. It's all at Slade Street Billiards Bar and Grill. Catch the game on 13 flat screens and try their award-winning made-from-scratch menu. Slade Street Billiards Bar and Grill, Southern near Unser and Rio Rancho.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, this is Coach Brad. You're listening to ESPN Radio, 1017 The Truth.
This is Unsportsmanlike.
The Thunder will even this series at 2 games apiece as they storm into Denver and Ball Arena on Mother's Day.
We made mistakes late. We didn't play well enough the last 6 minutes to win a playoff game.
Thunder, Denver, yesterday, ABC television. We're on Sportsmanlike here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2. Chris Canty, Evan Cohen, and Roller Smalls.
Yes, I went roller skating on Friday.
And you're alive.
There was 2 people that left the rink in wheelchairs. I was not one of them. The biggest shock of all time.
They really left the rink in wheelchairs?
Yes, one woman I'm pretty sure broke a leg. Hope you're doing okay, honey. I don't know who you are, but...
And that didn't make you think, you know what, as clumsy as I claim to be, which is you claim to be clumsy, and you are. I've seen it.
You've seen it in action many times.
Yeah, you didn't think, this is the sign. Maybe I should stop at this point.
I can't walk without tripping over my own feet. There's something about skiing or roller skating. I'm very good in those circumstances.
Were you a rollerblade kid growing up?
Oh, obviously I was blading around the hood, Evan.
Oh,
I was
really?
blading around my neighborhood. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
never did. Could never do
You
that.
weren't a rollerblader?
No. Played basketball.
Your jean jacket indicates that you loved blading.
What else would you like to say? Go ahead.
No, I'm
just get
saying-
it all out.
I'm saying
I'm
you're-
bright red today. Yes, I'm tan. I
You
did
are
not go
tan.
to the tanning bed.
I'm
I was
jealous.
outside all weekend. Go ahead. Say what you need to say.
No, I'm just saying your
John
jean
Mayer.
jacket indicates that you would have been one of the cool guys at the rink. It's giving like Saved by the Bell, which leads me to believe that you were blading a lot back in the day.
Never bladed. Never bladed.
Never bladed once.
Not to my knowledge, no.
CC?
I never
Blading?
owned rollerblades.
Never
no.
blading?
No.
Did you regular roller skate?
A regular roller skate.
Okay.
Yeah, but the rollerblades thing, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I had a hard enough time ice skating, and I just figured, well, if I can't ice skate, I probably can't rollerblade either.
Yeah. Similar motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
I ice skated. I played
It's
hockey.
it's a long way. It's a long way down, Smalls.
For you, it's a long
It's
way
a long
down.
way down if I fall. I don't know if I want to get involved with that.
That's true.
Yeah.
You were too good of an athlete, too, to risk it.
I always say
Thanks.
this, man. A player that understands his limitations is often a more effective player.
Yes, that's
and
true.
I understand my limitations when it comes to roller skating.
Yeah. See, and I don't. I just roll the dice, and so far, so good. But it's probably a bad idea for me to keep trying this. I mean, eventually my luck will run out.
I would have thought when you're up big, you just walk away. And you were up big and you didn't walk away, and it was okay. You didn't end up in a
shockingly
wheelchair.
was. Yes.
Can't wait till you go back next weekend and somehow you have a broken leg, God forbid.
But they were playing 90s and 2000s hip hop.
Oh, man. That is
was
it.
so
That
fun.
is it.
You're skating and the wind's kind of blowing in your hair as you make the turns, and they're playing Busta Rhymes. You're like, life has never been this good.
No, right?
It's so good.
That's amazing.
I got a little icy on the way out.
Nice.
Blue
Very
raspberry.
nice.
Oh, it
Very
was
nice.
killer.
You got ISIS?
Yeah.
Was there like a good humor truck outside
No,
too?
they had like the slushy machine at the roller rink.
The blue raspberry icy is elite. It's the
hit.
best one.
It was so
It's
good.
the best one.
I got a brain freeze, but again, worth it.
Yeah.
Roller Smalls, new nickname for her. We're on Sportsmanlike here on ESPN Radio, presented by
I don't know if
Progressive
that one's going to
Insurance.
stick.
Doesn't really roll off the tongue.
Yeah, I don't know if that one's going to stick,
Roller
Evco.
Smalls.
I see where you went with
I'm
it.
trying. Game 7. Are you ready to put it in the calendar? Thunder Nuggets, Smalls?
Yeah.
I think I'm ready. I mean, this is the worst 3-game shooting funk for Jokic in his entire career.
And they're still 2-2 against the 1 seed.
And they're still 2-2. And I don't expect that to persist. I think the best player in the world will find a way out of it. And isn't that kind of the theme that we've had throughout the playoffs is why aren't we just giving this guy the benefit of the doubt always? And 42 points in that opener, Jokic was dominant. Since then, he shot 21 of 63, which is 33.3% in the past 3 games. It's the first time in his entire career, as CeCe mentioned last segment, that he shot worse than 40% with at least 15 attempts in 3 consecutive games, regular season or playoffs. This guy's going to find a way to figure it out. He talked about a post-game about how OKC's done a great job of defending him, of taking space away from him. But I would not be surprised if in the next game he snaps out of this and we go 7.
Charles Barkley, TNT analyst, of course, inside the NBA, had this to say about the NBA with the Denver Nuggets, and were they unfair to Denver?
I think two things. Number one, I thought what the NBA did to them was unfair. Making them play late Friday night, then an early afternoon game. I thought that was unfair. I truly believe that.
Both teams had to do it, though.
Yeah, but they got more depth. They got a much. OKC got 12 players.
Well, play more guys.
No, well, that's on Denver. And they're younger. But also, the Denver has never addressed their backup center situation or their bench. I think that's one of the things that hurt them last year because he gave out a gas last year against Rudy and Big Cat. So I don't think it's fair to blame everything on the Joker, but he has not played well, and I think he's wearing down.
Couple of things on that. First of all, I would disagree with that Denver has never addressed the bench. Denver tried, they just got it wrong.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There's a difference between the two, right?
Yeah.
That's like what you say about the Bengals, right? With like, I know it's a weird comparison, but in my head it makes sense. They've tried to replace Trey Hendrickson with all these picks, so they didn't have to pay him. It just didn't work, right? The Nuggets absolutely addressed their bench. And depth, it's like the NBA can't predict going into a playoff, like who's going to have more depth, who's not going to have more depth. Like that's the nature of the beast. Like this is where...
Yeah, this is where they miss guys like Bruce Brown and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and Reggie Jackson. And, you know, all of Jeff Green, remember him when they went on their title run? They don't have those kind of guys that they can rely on. And that was a part of the tension between general manager Calvin Booth and former head coach Michael Malone. Like they brought in young guys.
So they did address it.
They tried to use to replace those guys that they won a title with, rotation pieces. But Michael Malone, the head coach, didn't trust those guys to be able to give them minutes. And now in the postseason, this is when those things show up.
Yep.
So like when you look at the Denver Nuggets, they only have 6 bodies that they trust. They only have 6 guys that they trust. That's it. I don't know that that's going to be enough for them to be able to get past this deep OKC team. So as the series gets extended, it feels like it's advantage Thunder, and that's what it's starting to feel like because we've seen the decline what Jokic has done offensively, and then we have to acknowledge that OKC has won 2 of the last 3 games.
The other thing is, I don't know that it's 100% fair for those who complain that the networks, and we're on a great one at ESPN, only care about the Lakers, the Knicks, the Celtics, the Warriors, and then also complain that the Thunder and Nuggets are getting the prime slot. Like, Barkley's the greatest of all time. How many times has Barkley said about ESPN enough about the Lakers and Warriors? Well, guess what? ESPN ABC gave the Thunder and the Nuggets the #1 slot, ABC 3:30 Eastern, and now he's saying it's not fair to do that. Well, did you want them to rearrange the schedule to guarantee that the Celtics and Knicks play at that time?
So we can't have it both ways.
Right. I'm saying, like, these are...
Is that the prime slot, though, on Mother's Day? 3:30?
Well,
a lot of people wrapping up brunch.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the prime slot on Mother's Day.
I got you.
Based on the amount of people...
Or really any Sunday.
No, well, based on the amount of people the game is accessible to, it is.
Sure.
ABC is available in basically every home.
I'm just messing with you.
I don't like, I'll tell you, okay, as long as we're at it.
Yes.
Do I need an 8 o'clock Sunday night game on Mother's Day? I couldn't have a 7 o'clock game?
Well,
how about the first game at 5 Eastern?
In that network's defense, you didn't really have an 8 o'clock Sunday night game.
Well, that's true. We didn't have to watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rob.
It wasn't much of a game. Let them know.
Let them
Let 'em
know.
know.
It's known. You don't have to, it's known. It's known, unfortunately. Coming up, will Saturday's action impact tonight? We'll discuss next. We're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance.
This is Unsportsmanlike.
Unsportsmanlike. You in any Hall of Fame?
My high school's Hall of Fame.
Okay,
Yeah,
so if we're doing
same.
a show...
It's like a star thing.
So you both are in your high school Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
I'm not in any... I didn't realize you guys were in all these Hall of Fames.
Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
Team Talk on 101.7 The
I
Team.
think I'd be the Pacers just because I've been listening to you and you've been saying, before the game between the Pacers and the Cavs, Pacers had won all four games, and now they've won all 5. And that one is the most kind of evenly matched of the other ones. I still think
Listening to me, though, is not a good point.
No.
Team Talk, weekdays at 4 on ESPN Radio 101.7 The Team.
The Better Business Bureau has been collecting data, following consumer complaints and rating business performance in New Mexico for almost 80 years. American Home, New Mexico's painting specialists, AOP Security, Nest Polo Mechanical, and Lifetime Green Coatings. Buy with confidence. BBB.org.
Craving a taste of Ireland right here in New Mexico? Head to Two Fools Tavern in Nob Hill. Sip on a perfect pint of craft or imported beer, or explore their extensive whiskey selection, including over 100 single malt scotches. Transport yourself to Dublin with their award-winning fish and chips, plus other authentic pub fare like Guinness beef box tea and cottage pie. Experience Ireland right here in New Mexico at Two Fools Tavern on Central and Nob Hill, where the crack is mighty.
So what actually helps you sober up faster? Eating a bunch of bread? Nope. Only time can reduce your blood alcohol content. So if you drink, just don't drive. Make a plan, get a ride, and only drive sober.
Hi, I'm Zach Gentry. As a professional football player, maintaining my physical health is essential for my career. Quick recovery is crucial for peak performance. I use a hot tub to relax my muscles, relieve pain, improve circulation, boost my metabolism, and enjoy quality time with my family. Let Jacuzzi Cal Spa's Wellness care for you just as they do for me.
As a professional football player, Zach should know Jacuzzi Cal Spa's Wellness, 1460 Renaissance across from Sam's Club and east side of DeVargas Mall, Santa Fe.
And you turn the corner and you're like, hey, wanted to say, and you made it a point to stop and be like, you're on the right track.
Absolutely.
I was in the first few months of being here. Yep. It meant the world to me.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
On the latest episode of Numbers on the Board, we created a panic meter for every single playoff round. How worried are we about the Boston Celtics? Can the Warriors win if Steph Curry doesn't play? Does a healthy Cavs team make a 0-2 start not matter? Find that and more wherever you get your podcasts.
FX presents Welcome to Wrexham.
For the last 4 years, it's been this roller coaster of magic.
The Emmy Award-winning series returns.
Come on, Wrexham!
With an all-new season.
We're going into a really tough division.
Birmingham are absolute favourites with the arrival of Tom Brady.
It's a friendly competition. Well, not so friendly.
Imagine the opportunity to beat Tom Brady at sports.
FX's Welcome to Wrexham premieres May 15th on FX. Stream on Hulu.
What's up, New Mexico? This is United defender Kalen Ryder. Listen to United matches all season long right here on ESPN Radio 1017, The Team.
This is Unsportsmanlike. The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. Will a road trend continue for Boston as they look to tie the series up at 2? Or will the Knicks push them to the brink of elimination? Coverage begins today at 7 Eastern, with tip-off at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. Presented by Indeed.
We are Unsportsmanlike here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, on maybe one of the most significant days in the NBA for the next 3, 4, 5 months or years. Seriously, draft lottery tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern, right before the Knicks and the Celtics. I'm just saying, this is humongous. I'm going to tell you why very quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
The last time a number one pick in the draft could be used, in theory, to set up winning a championship was, I believe, when Andrew Wiggins got picked number 1 overall by the Cavs.
Mm-hmm.
And LeBron James was on the Heat.
Sending to Minnesota.
He was on another team, and he was already plotting, oh, they got one. What can I do here? I can get Kevin Love. What can I do? I'm just saying that tonight we have an abnormal situation with the Thunder, the Spurs, the Rockets, the Sixers, all these teams that think they're close, that could use number 1 if they get it, to get someone by the name of Giannis or someone else. I don't know, just saying. But the Knicks and the Celtics is right after that. And there's 2 ways of looking at this series after the Celtics won on Saturday in blowout fashion. And you guys tell me which way you look at it. Option A is Knicks are up 2-1. They should be happy campers. Option B is Celtics have had a 20-point lead in every game in this series. Choose your own adventure.
Well, I know that the Knicks were up 20, or excuse me, the Celtics were up 20 twice and lost that lead. And I kept saying, I don't think that this is going to persist. This is the defending champs. This is a deep team in the Boston Celtics. They live and die by the three. It hasn't been hitting for them. But as Jaylen Brown said after the game, you have to beat that team 4 times. You have to beat them 4 times. And they did have 20-point leads in the first 2 games, and that dissipated. But they still were able to amass a 20-point lead on the New York Knicks. And I know everyone was ragging on Jason Tatum, saying he needs to be more of a dog. He needs to assert himself. We saw a better version of him, obviously, in Game 3. But this is they're the defending champs for a reason. And I am not surprised that they won Game 3 in the manner in which they did.
So the adventure you're choosing is Boston's been up by 20 every game this series. Look out, New York.
Correct.
Cece?
Those threes are falling.
Choose your own adventure. Knicks are up 2-1. Should be happy campers. Game 4 at home tonight. Or
Is that a good thing for the Knicks? They're 1-3 this postseason at home. Is that a good thing that they're at home?
I think it was good for the Celtics to get out of Boston, too.
Because they played more carefree in Boston. It's weird in this series because the home team has been tight in every single one of these matchups. And so I don't know that Game 4 tonight is going to be a good thing for the New York Knicks. I don't.
So Celtics have been up 20 in every game this series is the theme for you.
Exactly. Now the Celtics have seen the ball go through the hole.
Yep.
They shot 50% from 3. They outscored the New York Knicks by 45 points from the 3-point line on Saturday. So now they feel like they're back in this thing, and that's the worst thing that you could do if you're the New York Knicks, is to give this Boston Celtics team any amount of daylight. Now they have that. The pressure is on the New York Knicks to respond. After going through the disappointment of Saturday in what was billed as the most important game in Madison Square Garden this century, how do you respond? What do you do when that star-studded crowd comes out there tonight? I am fascinated to watch how that plays out for the New York Knicks. Fascinated.
115-93 was the score on Saturday. Peyton Pritchard, who got more time and was more of a focal point.
115-93, and it wasn't that close.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Jalen Brunson had 27. OG Anunoby only had 2. He's got to score a little bit more, obviously. Joe Mazzulla, head coach of the Celtics, on the last 72 hours post-game, what he had to say about his team and handling all of this.
I mean, I've said it 1,000 times. There's no one way of how it's supposed to go. I mean, people that you get caught up when your expectations aren't met. And so there's no expectations there. We're on a path of trying to go after greatness, and you don't get to dictate the test that's in front of you. All you get to dictate is how you approach it and how you respond to it. So if you plan on doing this for a long time, trust me, it'll be a lot worse than those last 72 hours, and that's the perspective you have to have. So at the end of the day, we got a test in front of us, and I got a group of guys that, I wouldn't want anyone else to be able to go through that. So this is the fun part. You don't get into the journey for it to be easy. So it's been dark, but in a good way.
Dark, how dark? What's that?
I mean, you just got to tap into your darkness, and that's it. So we got to do it. And that's it.
Joe Mazzulla, tap into your darkness. Nobody better at this than him in terms of the post-game audio. He always gives us something. It almost feels like the Knicks are down 2-1 and they're playing on the road tonight. Seriously, Boston's favored by 6.5 per ESPN bet. The Knicks are worse at home than they are on the road. And the Celtics are the defending champs, seemingly unfazed by this. I still think more pressure should be on the Celtics. You can't go down 3-1. Because it's like, if we're going to say the Knicks are better off playing in Boston, so then if the Celtics lose tonight, they lose a home game. Is how we have to look at it.
Because of the way they've been playing.
I still think everybody's like, oh, pressure's on the Knicks. If you let the Celtics back in this, I heard our buddy Tim Bontemps on the Hoop Collective say he thinks that this was down 2-0. Thinks the Celtics are going to win 4 in a row. A lot of people think the Celtics are just going to win 4 in a row.
Would you put it past them?
Yeah, I would. I wouldn't.
I
don't think the Celtics are going to win 4 in a row. I think we just dismissed the resolve with this Knicks team and how much they're built to beat this Boston group.
Well, a couple of things here. First of all, the Knicks got to figure out an answer for the hack-a-Mitch strategy. Because when Mitchell Robinson is going 4-12 in the line, it just makes sense for Boston to keep fouling him, right? Because the ideal is to be able to average more than 1 point of possession. And if Mitch Robinson is shooting less than 50% from the foul line, then when he's in the game, all you have to do is put him to the line. And that's in a sense, a wasted possession for the New York Knicks. So there's that element. And then Peyton Pritchard off the bench was an absolute flamethrower in Game 3. He led the Celtics in scoring. The Knicks have got to find a way to mitigate the impact of Peyton Pritchard being in the game, NBA six-man. And I got to give credit where credit is due. Wally Zerbiak, who does pre- and post-Knicks coverage with our friend Alan Hahn, he made the point. He said, if you're going to put Peyton Pritchard in the game and play him extended minutes, then you've got to find a way to be able to punish him on the defensive end of the court. You got to use your bigger guards, guys like Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart. They got to post him up and force him to play defense and make that a net negative for the Boston Celtics with Peyton Pritchard being in the game, because he was too carefree on the offensive side of the ball, knocking down open three-pointers, killing them in the pick-and-roll situations. You got to find a way to be able to take advantage of that matchup when your team has the ball on the offensive end of the court. The Knicks haven't been able to do that all series, and it showed up in a big way in Game 3. So those two things, the New York Knicks have got to figure out an answer for tonight in Game 4.
Isn't that one of the reasons, though, that we wouldn't be surprised if the Celtics peeled off 4 wins in a row is their depth? That it could be somebody different that beats you every single night?
True.
And what did Jason Tatum say after they were ice cold from 3 in the first 2 games? It's just a matter of time before they start to click back together and those shots start to fall. And now we've seen that. And this is a team that does have championship DNA. They know the cadence of what it takes in the postseason to not get too high or too low and ultimately come out on the other side of it. So if I'm the Knicks, if I'm a Knicks fan, I'm a little worried.
Yeah, I don't know that either of these teams really have the depth that you would dream of, because if Porzingis is sick, which he clearly is, and I don't know what's going on there. I mean, that's to me, that's beyond scary. It's like, hey, he's ill with something. He's still playing. We don't exactly know what it is, but we can't have him starting because he can't play that many minutes. That scares me. I don't know that it's the depth for either of these two teams. They're playing 6 or 7 guys at this point. And if I were the Knicks, if the Hack-a-Mitch thing...
Yeah, but those 6 or 7 guys are not created equal, though.
No, but I would play Achua more if I'm the Knicks. Precious. I mean, like, if Robinson is going to be this bad airballing free throws, they're going to hack him every time he touches the ball. I understand he's a great defensive player, and he's a great rebounder, but, I mean, you're going to have to do something. Or play OG at center if you need to.
Cat's got to stay out of foul trouble, too.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is a disaster for them with this. But, like, Cat wasn't great. Right? I mean, I understand what you're saying. I still don't think the Celtics are going to win 4 in a row. I still don't think they're going to win 4 in a row. I think we're actually underrating the Knicks a little bit, as much as
but you could have made this. You could have made this a short series if you're the New York Knicks. Now, I don't think anybody expects this to be over with in 5 games. So that's the big issue with losing Game 3 in the fashion that you did.
All right, coming up upon further review. Next, we're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Evan Cohen here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Get a taste of that winning feeling before the final buzzer sounds with ESPN Bet's early victory promo. Simply place a pregame moneyline bet on any NBA playoff game, and if the team you back goes up 20 or more points at any point in the game, your bet will get paid out early. Available throughout the NBA playoffs at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
All right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Visit your Albuquerque Santa Fe Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Do you need superior concrete with fast and reliable delivery? You can count on me, Julie, owner and operator of Roadrunner Ready Mix. We are the area's most trusted provider of ready-mix concrete. Roadrunner uses the highest quality mixes for every project. Whether your project consists of foundations, porches, sidewalks, or large office complex, I have your project covered. Try our colored concrete for a decorative, sleek look. It's Roadrunner Ready Mix, and we deliver where you need it and when you need it. 891-0100, 891-0100.
Are you in the market for a new home and anxious about having your offer accepted by the seller?
Ben Lucero here with Indigo Mortgage. Indigo Mortgage can help strengthen your offer with our new Indigo Lightning pre-approval. Indigo Lightning can get your mortgage loan application approved in as little as 24 hours. This pre-approval carries much more weight than a regular pre-qualification offered by other lenders. A pre-approval lets the seller know you've been approved by underwriting and they are more likely to accept your offer with a pre-approval rather than a pre-qualification. Just call Indigo Mortgage and we can do an application over the phone or you can fill it out online. And then send us some documentation like W-2s, tax returns, pay stubs, and IDs. With this, we can get a pre-approval back to you within 24 hours with our Indigo Lightning pre-approval. Indigo Mortgage on the net at indigomortgage.net or by calling 836-5700. That's 836-5700 NMLS 188348.
Research shows that people remember radio ads with repetition. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual Insurance Company customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need, here's a repetitive ad. Okay. Research shows that people remember radio ads with repetition. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual Insurance Company customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need, here's a repetitive ad. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. I did my ancestry DNA test.
Felipe Esparza.
Big mistake, man.
At My Leisure World Tour.
They opened up another child support case on me.
Saturday, July 12th, Legends Theater and Route 66 Casino. Felipe Esparza.
I thought I was done not knowing my kids.
Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Don't miss Felipe Esparza. Presented by Legends Theater at Route 66 Casino.
Hey, this is Jeff Passan. You're listening to your home for the Yankees and Dodgers, ESPN Radio 1017 The Team.
KQTM FM, Rio Rancho, Albuquerque. Now that the weekend is over, it's time to look back and break it down.
familiar with savings tools, mortgages, and other financial
Gratis. Eso sí que es ahorro. Bundle.
For what you need, here's a repetitive ad. Okay. Research shows that people remember radio ads with repetition, so to help you remember, the Liberty Mutual Insurance Company customizes your home insurance so you only pay for
GMC and Chevrolet dealer in the River Valley for almost 50 years.
Our impressive inventory is changing daily. Shop online 20.
Engagement rings, necklaces, bracelets, and earrings. Rainbow Jewelers also has wedding bands, birthstones.
Tony here for Window Nation. May marks the start of rising.
For a free, no-obligation consultation, Hinkle Law Office is local, trusted, tough.
When you're injured, it's the place to go.
I'm Aaron Jones. I'm the President and CEO of International Protective Service, better known as IPS. International Protective Service, or IPS, is the very best security investigations firm in New Mexico and the southwestern United States. We utilize the very best from law enforcement, the United States military, and true security professionals from all over the world. IPS, providing peace of mind in an ever-changing world.
Call International Protective Service today at 505-897-2420 or visit us on the web at internationalprotectiveservice.com.
Get off the lawn, Albuquerque. Water Authority rebates for turf replacement are now $3 per square foot. Yes, earn a $3 rebate on your water bill for every square foot of grass you replace. So get off the lawn with a wallet-friendly move to a desert-friendly xeriscape. Lower water bills, less maintenance, and an attractive yard that's in harmony with our dry climate. Restrictions apply and plans must be pre-approved. Visit abcwua.org for details.
Really legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days.
You're listening to ESPN Radio, 1017, The Team. KQTM-FM, Rio Rancho, Albuquerque. This is Unsportsmanlike.
Unsportsmanlike is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive protects your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, and RV, and could save you money. Visit Progressive.com. One last time, maybe. Giannis, Milwaukee. Along with Michelle Smallman, Chris Canty, Evan Cohen with you. We are Unsportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance. If you're just tuning in, Shams Charania has reported, ESPN NBA Insider, on the day the draft lottery will be held tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern time. All of the GMs will be in the same location tonight, or in and around that, with the combine coming up this week. But Shams has reported, two-time NBA MVP, Giannis has not made any firm decisions, but for the first time in his career, he is open-minded as to whether his best fit is remaining in Milwaukee or playing elsewhere, league sources told ESPN. So here's what I think, just reading this situation, guys. I don't think what's going to happen right now with the other general managers is any different than what's going to happen or what has happened. The question that I have is, every single time that John Horst, the general manager of the Milwaukee Bucks, gets an offer from whatever team it is for Giannis, does he tell Giannis? My thought on that would be no, of course not, because that would be way too much. That would be an everyday occurrence between the beginning of the season and the trade deadline, and then the moment the season ends and the next trade deadline. I would bet every day in some capacity there is some flirtation with other general managers towards Giannis. I think the difference this year is maybe on some of the good ones, they have the conversation, and Giannis says to Horst, and Horst says to Giannis, do you want to know about some of these now? Do you want me to tell you? And I think there is maybe, if I had to guess, that's the difference between this year and any other year. That doesn't mean he's going to be traded. It doesn't mean he's going to be asked out. It just means, for me, the difference likely could come with Giannis is going to know that Oklahoma City offered 6 first-rounders. Giannis is going to know that the Houston Rockets offered Jalen Green and multiple firsts. Giannis is going to know that the Spurs offered Devin Vassell and Keldon Johnson and that Steph Castle's name was mentioned. That is what the difference feels like, because now he needs to know who he's going to. If they're going to work in tandem here to kind of work through this as to stay or go, who are you going to join, what are we going to get, he's got to know that the other team is not depleted, because in like my team, Miami, they should offer everything. Well, if you get traded for Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero, what are you joining exactly?
Right. Is that going to get you closer to another ring?
Right. Like, you're kind of Team Boston now because of Tatum. If they offered Tatum and Brown for Giannis, what are you joining exactly? So he's got to know that stuff to make that decision. That, to me, is going to be the biggest difference. He will know more this offseason, which allows for the Bucks to at least entertain it.
Okay, follow-up question to you here.
That's my gut.
Because you're outlining it very well. But if you're Milwaukee, even though the phone is ringing off the hook, is it advantageous for you to have those conversations with Giannis if you want to keep him?
Is it so?
Because you're saying
So you're saying if you're the Bucks, do nothing different.
Like, why would you want to tell him everybody else that's courting him or that's on the other end of the hotline bling trying to say, what's up?
Okay, let me
Here are your options.
Okay.
Swipe right.
So you know what I'm saying? Like, why would you want to give that to one of the three best players in the whole world?
Let me do it differently. Good point. So we have to go one step further back. Maybe it's Giannis saying to the Bucks, not to sound cocky, I know you're getting calls on me. I know you've gotten calls on me since probably year 2 of my career. Not after year 1 when he was about 10 pounds, but year 2 of his career. I've never asked to know what those are. Would you mind cluing me in this summer? Just tell me. Let's not beat around the bush on this. I have no interest in leaving unless it's the best interest for all of us. And if it's the best interest for all of us, let's at least have the conversation.
Well, I don't know how you can make it a win-win when you consider what Giannis means not only to the Bucks but to the economy of Milwaukee. I don't know how that ends up being.
What did you say earlier?
No, you're right. I mean, listen, this is an American-born star player that has a chance to be not only the face of the franchise but the face of the league. And oh, by the way, he's white and he's from anywhere USA. This guy's from Maine.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he quite literally could be from any small town across the country. There is an air of relatability when it comes to Cooper Flag that you don't get with your typical NBA superstar. How many times have we said it? You haven't had an American-born MVP since James Harden in 2018.
Yeah.
The league is going through a bit of an identity crisis in terms of who the next face is post-LeBron, and a big part of it is because there's that problem for you. But I get what you're saying with the Giannis bit, and I understand why he would want to be hesitant because, again, by his own admission, he wants to play his entire career with one franchise. But him openly contemplating what his future is going to be, to me, is the precursor to him ultimately making a decision to ask out and go somewhere else. Because the reality is, and I know Bucks fans don't want to hear this, but if Giannis wants to take advantage of the prime of his career, the prime that he has remaining, it's more likely than not going to have to be somewhere else. Just because I don't think the Bucks can get good enough, fast enough, to have him back at a championship contending level.
Nuno has some more news. What happened, Nuno?
So, no, I know we're talking about the first pick. Would a team be willing to trade it? Wendy just said on Get Up that as of right now, like no matter who gets that number 1 pick, there's no appetite to trade that number 1 pick away.
None. No appetite.
He's obviously, we'll see if that changes, but as of right now, there's no appetite. Canty, and we've talked about this leading up to this. Now that it's out there, as a Laker fan, how do you feel about the fact that like Giannis could have been available, but you went out and got Luka?
I hate it.
The Lakers have nobody the Bucks would say yes to.
I hate it. Well, you could have got another team involved, right? 3-team, 4-team trades happen all the time.
And that's what Wendy said.
That's what Wendy said?
No, he said it's going to be. He said it's going to be like a 3-team trade because, like, the Pelicans own the Bucks' first-round pick. The next couple of years.
You have to get other teams involved if the Lakers were going to try to make a move to acquire Giannis. But I mean, the Lakers have never set their sights on a star and they haven't been able to land them. Like, they've pretty much been able to get any star that they want. So, like, that's the part that bothers me. We went with Luka over Giannis. I mean, it is what it is. It's done now. Horse is out of the barn. I just sit here and think about what Giannis is dealing with right now and the likelihood of him staying versus going. And it doesn't feel like it makes sense for Giannis to stay. If your goal is to be viewed as one of the greatest to ever do it, top 10, top 15 player of all time, you got to win multiple championships. Like, I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking about players whose careers started after the NBA-ABA merger. Most of the guys that we viewed in that rarefied air have multiple championships. Mm-hmm. If you're Giannis, in order to give yourself the best possible chance to get there, you're going to have to go somewhere else. I mean, I don't know that you can thug it out in Milwaukee and think that, okay, this franchise will figure it out at some point over the next 5 years while I'm still at the height of my powers when they haven't been able to figure it out the past 5 years. You know what I mean? They've cycled through multiple head coaches. They've cycled through multiple iterations of the core pieces around you.
In part because of Giannis.
Exactly. In part because of Giannis, and they still haven't been able to get it done. So I don't know that you can trust your basketball future and, quite frankly, your basketball immortality with that franchise.
Let me just be real clear. And I know Wendy's saying that this is reporting. If these NBA teams who have never seen Cooper Flagg play one day of NBA basketball are dismissing the concept of using that pick to get to Giannis, they're nuts.
Oh, that's negotiation.
They're nuts.
That's negotiation. I don't think that's a real thing.
Because, now, by the way, you could play hardball. Let's just say the Rockets, for argument's sake. Fred VanVleet's a great player. Fred VanVleet is not at the level we're talking about. If you were he has a huge salary. If you're the Rockets and you're saying, no, I'm not going to give up the number one pick if they get it tonight. And the Bucks say, well, we'll consider the Giannis trade, but we got to get Cooper Flagg. All right, fine. Fred VanVleet, number one. That's where you stop. You don't have to give up Reed Shepard. You don't have to give up Jabari Smith. You don't have to give up Amon Thompson, whatever it may be. Cooper Flagg for Giannis is the one-on-one trade, in essence, with salary matching. So the concept that you wouldn't make that trade if you're the Rockets is insane. It's insane. Giannis is a player that will play till he dies.
Yes.
This is not a player. Jokic will disappear at some point. All of a sudden, we're going to wake up and we're like, wait, why is he not playing for the Nuggets? Oh, he retired. He forgot to tell anybody.
He's with the horses.
Giannis is going to have 2 broken legs, 2 broken arms. He's going to be blind and still try to go out there and play. This is not a short shelf life at 31. He's going to play another decade.
No, it's not a short shelf life at 31, but Cooper Flagg is 18 years old. He just turned 18 in December.
But we still don't know what he's going to be. Giannis is a champion. He's a proven commodity.
You're right. We don't know what he's going to be. He is unknown in that way in terms of how he will look. Well, he's not unknown in that way because he did compete against NBA talent, the Olympic team, and everybody saw that out of all of the prep players, he was the only one that could give the NBA superstars a little bit of run. So it's not as if we haven't seen him on the court with other NBA players. In newsflash, Cooper Flagg held his own and left those guys saying, hey, this guy's going to be pretty good. Mm-hmm. So I understand what we're all saying. Giannis has already been there. He's done that. He's got the hat, the T-shirt, the Larry O'Brien trophy. He's got MVP. He's got all of that. But what Cooper Flagg represents to a franchise goes beyond just what's on the court.
Okay, but
it goes beyond just what's happening on the court. This is not, again, we're trying to boil it down to just a basketball decision, and this is not just a basketball decision. This is a business decision.
Yeah, I hear you. And the potential of what Cooper Flagg could represent and what he could generate is immense. But if I'm Milwaukee specifically, you know the affection my fan base has for that guy?
No, he's the one. He's the target.
He is the one.
He's the target. He's the target. That's where you start, Smalls. That's where, if you're Milwaukee and you feel like you have to trade him, that's where you start if one of these teams, good teams, gets the number one pick. Listen, and Kevin Nagandi's going to join us in a couple of minutes. He's hosting the Draft Lottery tonight, SportsCenter, NFL Live. He does everything. I know you well enough, CC Smalls, and I have already said we'll do it. There's no way you/Ime Udoka, if you ran the Rockets, would not trade for Giannis. If it was the number one pick, VanVleet and Jabari Smith. There's zero chance you would turn that down.
So
there's no chance.
So real quick, because this is all happening in real time, and Canty, you'll love this because we've had this conversation plenty of times. Wendy, who's on Get Up right now, said, you know, Giannis is extremely savvy, especially when it comes to business, especially when it comes to contracts. He says there is no chance that Giannis doesn't know what the tax rate is in Texas.
Oh.
With Houston, San Antonio, and that's why.
Meaning today's the day. I've been saying this for weeks. Today is the day that's going to change all of it. And Texas is 3 teams.
Well, he said specifically
because you want
Houston
conspiracy theorists like Nuno. Because I think I think the frozen envelope is ridiculous. I think all the conspiracy theorists.
I don't know about the frozen envelope.
Okay, can I tell you?
Sticking his hand in there.
I'm just telling you.
Nah,
you want the biggest conspiracy?
Nah, man.
I'll give you the biggest conspiracy. The conspiracy theorists will be out tonight if Dallas ends up with the #1 pick in the draft.
Oh, they sure will.
Oh, we'll give Luka to LA. We'll give you Cooper Flag. Call it even.
What a way to turn the page.
It's so
feeling
stupid.
differently about Nico now.
It's so stupid. None of it is conspiracy. It's real. It's legit. So is Kevin Nagandi, who's going to join us next. We're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance.
The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio.
Brunson steps right for 3. Rattled it home.
The play-in tournament.
It really just felt like we had a second chance.
Until a champion is crowned at the NBA Finals.
If you don't think we are headed for an amazing spring, I can't help you.
Welcome to the NBA playoffs. Anything can happen.
On ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
For almost 55 years, Clark's Pet Emporium has been your pet's favorite weekly stop. During these tight economic times, we at Clark's are focused on quality and choice. Let us help you meet your budget. Our loyalty program rewards your pet with a 13th bag free from our family to yours. Clark's, a tradition of friendly, knowledgeable service focused on affordable quality pet care products and food. Locally owned and operated with 2 convenient locations, 11200 Manal Northeast or 4914 Lomas Northeast. Clark's Pet Emporium, the pet supply superstore. clarkspets.com.
I want you to want me.
Get ready for a musical institution. Cheap Trick, live. Friday, May 16th, 8 p.m. Legends Theater at Route 66 Casino Hotel. Over 4 decades, and the legacy continues. Cheap Trick. On sale now through Ticketmaster. Presented by Legends Theater at Route 66 Casino Hotel.
The United Football League is heating up.
The push for the playoffs begins now.
The Arlington Renegades.
Look at Luis. Barnett, one hand to the house.
Beautiful. The DC Defenders.
Dominate today, no regrets. Touchdown, Defenders.
A divisional showdown of playoff contenders.
Both teams with something to prove. We're going to have a heavyweight fight.
The United Football League. Renegades, Defenders. Sunday at noon Eastern on ABC. The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. The road team wins again.
Tatum finds a 3, knocks down another one.
Will the road trend continue for Boston as they look to tie the series up at 2? Or will the Knicks push them to the brink of elimination?
Brunson steps right for 3. Rattled it home.
Game 4, the Celtics and Knicks. Coverage begins today at 7 Eastern. With tip-off at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. Presented by Indeed.
We are New Mexico. We are your flagship station for APS Athletics. We are New Mexico, owned and operated. We are ESPN Radio 1017, The Team, KQTM
This
FM.
is Unsportsmanlike.
As if tonight's draft lottery wasn't that interesting, it just got a whole lot more juicy, or juicier, however you want to look at it. With the news today, Shams Charania reporting that Giannis is more open-minded to a place outside of Milwaukee than at any point during his career. And we have been speculating for weeks on our show, wait for the draft lottery. There are good teams that are in the draft lottery. San Antonio, Houston, Dallas, Philly, that you could look at and say maybe possibly they use that number one pick to try to get a guy like Giannis. Then this news drops today, and Kevin Nagandi, SportsCenter anchor, I think maybe the best dressed guy on ESPN. He's always, what do you say, booted and suited? Unbelievable, the guy. He's hosting the draft lottery tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN, and he joins us now. You already thought this was going to be the most interesting lottery, and now you add this. You don't need to do much selling, Kevin, but tell everybody how excited you are for tonight, knowing all of these things that are flowing into your show tonight.
Good morning, Evan, Michelle. I cannot wait. And Chris, this is going to be great. And listen, no one does drama outside the games better than the NBA, right? This could be the summer of Kevin Durant and the summer of Giannis Antetokounmpo. And, it plays out, too, when you look at what the Spurs have built with Wembanyama and Steph Castle, back-to-back rookies of the year, and the ability to have two picks in this lottery. We'll find out tonight. And then you have the Rockets who have the assets. It's going to be fun. And Windy, I love Windy because Windy's been all over this story along with Shams. Windy threw it out there that Giannis is fully aware of the tax codes in every single state. And guess what? Texas, where Houston and San Antonio have multiple assets and players that Milwaukee would be interested in, because let's not forget, Milwaukee doesn't have a first-round pick for the next 5 years. They have no income tax. That plays a huge, huge role potentially as we look at things down the road. As Giannis has 2 years left on his deal, that third year is a player option, and I'm sure he will help dictate where he wants to go if he gets a long-term extension before trade.
Kevin, on our show, we've been going through the exercise, the different machinations of lottery winners and what that could potentially do in terms of impacting trade offers going to Milwaukee for Giannis this offseason. In your opinion, who's the lottery winner that creates the spiciest offseason interest in terms of trade possibilities?
I think San Antonio. When you have the ability, first off, San Antonio will likely get the 14th pick overall. It's they'll receive this pick from Atlanta if it lands at 14. So they also have the 8th pick. And let's not forget, there's a 6% chance to win the lottery. Let's not forget, San Antonio's luck has been so ridiculous. I mean, they won the sweepstakes with David Robinson, then Tim Duncan, then Victor Wembanyama. I think San Antonio is in prime position. They have the assets. And again, I come back to one thing for the Bucks. The Bucks are, if you trade Giannis somewhere, you're going to trade him to a team that has the idea that they could build a super team, right? So whatever picks you're going to get, they're not really going to help you because they may be outside the lottery over the next 3 to 4 years. So you also need players. San Antonio has players. Houston has a slew of players that are young that you could move as well as get a draft pick. I mean, and let's not forget, Mikal Bridges was traded for 5 first-round picks. That plays a huge role here as the market is set on what you want to land and how you want to move it. I know there's a growing group of people that are like, oh, my God, what about the Lakers? Lakers have to find a way, if you want to get in this conversation, if that's even realistic, you have to give up players, assets for the Bucks because they just can't get picks.
Kevin, we're speculating about all the different machinations of how this could go, and it all centers around Cooper Flagg, of course. But what's the buzz that you're hearing about him? How good do you think he can actually be in the NBA?
He's a building block. Michelle, I think whoever gets the number one pick, and we've got 3 teams that are 14% all tied. That's the Jazz, the Wizards, and the Hornets. He would change the look of the franchise within minutes. As soon as that pick is announced, you're going to see boosts in ticket sales. You're going to see jerseys. He's that good. He's a complete building block. If you saw last summer what he did, when the select group was playing the Team USA group, he stood out, man. He stood out among all those guys. He understands how to play the game. I think he changes the entire franchise's outlook. So a team like the Jazz, who's never won the lottery, can turn things around. The Wizards, they haven't won since 2010 with John Wall. The Hornets haven't won since 1991 when they had Larry Johnson. So all three of those franchises desperate for a face, and you can get that with Cooper Flagg.
We're talking with Kevin Nagandi. Of course, you see him on SportsCenter. Tonight he's hosting the Draft Lottery, 7 p.m. Eastern. This is so juicy. Utah, Washington, Charlotte, I'm glad you mentioned those three. They're atop the Draft Lottery, and we're all focused on the Houston, the San Antonio, the teams that could potentially trade for Giannis. Those teams will not trade at a number one overall. Kevin, is there any chance that Cooper Flagg is not the number one pick in the draft?
No.
There's no player that you've heard in prepping for this that any other team is like, we really like this guy.
Not one. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like
this is perfect.
Unsexy about the answer, but I haven't heard one person say that they would trade that pick for or they would move that pick and take somebody else. It is Cooper Flagg. And again, there are scenarios that play out. Like a year ago, guys, the Atlanta Hawks had the 10th pick coming in, right, when it comes right before the lottery. A 3% chance to win the number one pick, and they won it. So let's play a scenario out. The Suns right now have 3.8% chance to win. That pick is going to Houston in a pick swap.
Right.
Right? If Houston were to get the number one pick, you don't think immediately the Bucks are calling and saying, let's talk now because we can get potentially. Now, I already mentioned that they understand that they can't get a slew of picks from a team that's going to be good. They want players. That's going to be the first thing, Cooper Flagg and who else? And then we'll talk about Giannis. It changes the entire outlook of what you want to do and how you want to build your franchise. And Cooper Flagg's that guy. So I wouldn't. And we have three teams, as I mentioned, at 14%, Jazz, Wizards, Hornets. Let's not sleep on the Pelicans at 12.5% right after that. And they have a huge question mark with Zion. Zion's going to be here tonight in Chicago. And Zion plays a role on his future. What's going to happen potentially with Zion? Do the Pelicans think about moving? Does he decide that he wants to stay because you could build with Cooper Flagg and him? That's how important that number one pick is tonight. It plays such a pivotal role. I'll throw in one other thing as we talk about, destinations for Giannis. Giannis worked out and learned a heck of a lot of moves from Hakeem Olajuwon, who's going to be here on stage tonight representing the Houston Rockets. That plays another role on a destination if he has a chance or a say here with ownership, which I think he may.
All right, you've sold it, Kevin. We didn't need it, but you were amazing. But here's now I'm going to throw the curveball. Kevin Nagandi, as we know, is a diehard Philly sports fan. First time I ever saw Kevin Nagandi in person was at the Boca Bowl in 2015 or 14 watching Temple. He's all in, okay? If your Sixers got the number one pick tonight, would you want them trading the pick for Giannis?
First off, if they won the pick, I will tell you that you will see a professional for 19 years on ESPN lose his mind on the desk. So that would be absolutely wild. I don't know. I haven't even entered that conversation because I don't want to play that scenario out. I will tell you this, that the Sixers have a ton of questions that they have to answer. But when you look at assets and stuff, they'll be in prime position, but at the same time, you could potentially build around Tyrese Maxey and Cooper Flagg, and then we'll find out about the health of Joel Embiid. We'll find out about the health of Paul George. But I like that starting point. I like that conversation. I like to see that the Sixers would be in a position of power where they have not been in the past, so that plays a scenario out. Right now, Evan, all I care about is that pick stays in the top six. Because if it doesn't, it goes to the Thunder. And are you ridiculous? When you talk about the scenarios that the Thunder are already the number one team in the NBA when it comes to record, and then they'll get a potential lottery pick. And now it would be 7, 8, or 9, but that's just not fair. But Sam Presti's done a fantastic job lining these things and still building from the draft.
Kevin, 10 seconds left. The National Football League announced that the Philadelphia Eagles will be hosting Dallas Cowboys for Banner Night, the first game of the regular season. Your reaction?
Of course they did. Of course the Eagles are going to open up against the Cowboys. And you think you guys have seen some mayhem in Philadelphia? The idea that the Eagles can open up the link to start the season for everybody in the country to watch and the hated Cowboys are in town, I mean, let me tell you, that game's on a Thursday night. They're going to be drinking from Sunday leading up to Thursday. They're going to be out there, and my people are going to be ready to go. I just hope it's a great performance, and I can't wait. I cannot wait, and of course it's the Cowboys. I was expecting it was going to be a team like the Packers or the Lions, but I'm ready to go. And before I get off the phone with you guys, shout out to a listener that loves you guys. He tells me about it all the time, and he was excited that I was going to be on with you guys. Troy Jones, who listens to you guys every single day.
Let's go.
From Connecticut. He's a teacher. Shout out to Troy.
Shout out to Troy. Love it. Kevin, you're the best. We'll watch you tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much. Kevin Nagandi. Unbelievable, as always. And Draft Lottery has so much juice tonight with the Giannis news, etc. Doris Burke is going to join us next. And by the way, now the Eagles fans know who they're playing, and they can buy tickets that first game.
Are you ready for the NFL season or what? The schedule release is coming. Let's go. You know we've got the insider info, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. It's our friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards with every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
This is Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Evan Cohen, and Michelle Smallman.
I think I'm out on time travel, honestly. Why do I want to go back to the revolutionary times? What if you get stuck in the past? What if you can't access the portal back to today? That would be terrible.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Progressive, we understand the bond you have with your boat. It's why people name theirs.
I named my boat Sure Don't. Get it? The other day when my friend said, "Hey, Larry, you want to head back in? It looks like it might rain." I said, "Sure don't." I guess they didn't get it because they didn't laugh.
Whatever you call your boat, protect it by insuring it with Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from refilings.com.
Houston Wholesale Cars has won Best Used Car Dealership from Albuquerque the Magazine the last 13 years for a reason. They offer the best, clean, quality cars at the lowest possible prices. Their motto is, shop smart, buy smart. Houston Wholesale buys in volume, which enables them to sell in volume with a lower profit margin due to lower overhead. Come see the award-winning Best Used Car Dealership, Houston Wholesale Cars. Shop smart, buy smart. Lomas near Washington, proud sponsor of the Isotopes and Lobos. HoustonWholesaleCars.com.
Amber and Ian.
We have seen this movie for over a decade, and we know that you're not going to do better. We are like that girl that keeps thinking she's going to change him. We've all been there, ladies. Some of us have been there numerous times. We think we can change him. We can't change him. He's not changing even for you. That's not a you thing. That's a him thing, and that's James Harden.
Amber and Ian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on SiriusXM Channel 80. The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. The road team wins again.
Tatum finds a three, knocks down another one.
Will a road trend continue for Boston as they look to tie the series up at 2? Or will the Knicks push them to the brink of elimination?
Brunson steps right for three. Rattled it home.
Game 4, the Celtics and Knicks. Coverage begins today at 7 Eastern. With tip-off at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. Presented by Indeed.
Yeah, the NBA playoffs are here, and it's about to be ridiculous, unbelievable, unfair, downright nasty, straight up, can't miss, don't blink, grab your popcorn and strap in cinema. This isn't about who's next. This is about who's now. This time, it's different. The NBA playoffs, presented by Google. Continue on ESPN and ABC.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that
Draymond is a different case in every situation. Sometimes they get too much.
Middle of the intersection, and I was on pins and needles at that point. And I said, Lord, just get me to where I need to go. Now, here's another key component to this whole story.
Oh, there's more. I can't wait.
A lot of people that have been interacting with me on social media about this, they think the young man that did this to me was a black man. No,
Whoa.
He wasn't.
Wow. They went to the stereotype portion of the program. Ah.
It was a young
Not all brothers smoke weed now. The other people that do it too.
But man, thank God I got there safe and I wasn't hurt. And
yes.
The smell didn't get on me too much. But I was upset, Freddie. I really was.
You should be number one, and number two, I'd have given the 3 pieces as a rating. Puff, pass on that rating. That would have been the rating I'd have given him. You're going to get 3 P's. What's that? Puff, pass on your rating. And
I do want to let everyone know in the city of Memphis, know this one situation is not indicative on the city of Memphis.
Absolutely.
It's just unfortunate, and it happened to me at the time.
Well, I'm glad you got to where you are safely. And for the other dude, Godspeed. 3 Up, 3 Down, brought to you by La Quinta by Wyndham. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow, you shine. So book direct at LQ.com. What do you have to say about Game 4 tonight? Who will win between the Knicks and Celtics? Knicks leading that series 2-1. And Warriors and Timberwolves. Timberwolves leading that series 2-1.
You got something to say?
Okay, listen up.
Call Freddie and Harry now.
Stop listening to my words and let me talk.
1-888-SAY-ESPN.
You hear me now? Hello?
That's 1-888-729-3776.
Plus, whether you like it or not, the Indiana Pacers have that look. We'll tell you about that look after Harry gives you this word from Vivid Seats.
So, folks, are y'all ready for the NFL season or what? We just got a little birdie. Cowboys, Eagles, September 4th, Thursday night. The schedule release is coming, so that means let's roll. You know we've got the insider info, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. That's with our friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to VividSeats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now. I mean right now.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. Will a road trend continue for Boston as they look to tie the series up at 2? Or will the Knicks push them to the brink of elimination? Coverage begins today at 7 Eastern, with tip-off at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. Presented by Indeed.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers will get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Evan Cohen here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
For almost 55 years, Clark's Pet Emporium has been your pet's favorite weekly stop. During these tight economic times, we at Clark's are focused on quality and choice. Let us help you meet your budget. Our loyalty program rewards your pet with a 13th bag free from our family to yours. Clark's, a tradition of friendly, knowledgeable service focused on affordable quality pet care products and food. Locally owned and operated with 2 convenient locations, 11200 Manal Northeast or 4914 Lomas Northeast. Clark's Pet Emporium, the pet supply superstore. Clark'sPets.com.
Hinkle Rise, Hinkle knows when you're injured, it's the place to go.
Locally owned and operated, Hinkle Law Offices has been New Mexico's go-to for over 30 years. If you've been in an auto or motorcycle accident, call 505-TOUGH-HELP for a no-charge consultation. That's 505-TUF-HELP or visit HinkleLawOffices.com. Hinkle Law Offices. Experience you can trust. Help when you need it most.
Hinkle Rise, Hinkle knows when you're injured, it's the place to go.
Get out. Yeah, the NBA playoffs are here, and it's about to be ridiculous, unbelievable, unfair, downright nasty, straight up, can't miss, don't blink. Grab your popcorn and strap in cinema. This isn't about who's next. This is about who's now. This time, it's different. The NBA playoffs, presented by Google. Continue on ESPN ABC.
The SV Pod with Scott Van Pelt.
My middle son is taking chess on. The first game we play, Steve, all right, pawn. He moves out a bishop. Here comes a queen. All right, whatever. I'm just going to move a little knight out. Takes a pawn, and he just looks at me with a smile, as if to say, oh, you don't know what just happened, do you, Dad? Oh, looks like a check to me. And he says, mate, 4 moves. And so then I'm pissed off Dad. I'm like, let's run it back.
The SV Pod with Scott Van Pelt, wherever you get your podcasts. And ESPN Radio Extra Point with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and Michelle Smallman.
I think that this is an instance where you have to protect the player from himself, and you have to protect what's in the best interest of the franchise long term. The window is just opening up for Cleveland. I mean, you got a lot of young 20-somethings on that team. Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, these guys are young. Mm-hmm. Why would you want to interrupt the incremental improvement that you've been making by throwing in a potential catastrophic Donovan Mitchell injury that would derail what you could be next season and potentially the year after that? If something happens, God forbid, to Donovan Mitchell because you push him in what would be, you know, a small chance to try to get back into this series, then all of a sudden you're talking about the window to compete for a championship with this core of players effectively being shot. I just don't think it makes any sense.
FX presents Welcome to Wrexham.
For the last 40 years, it's been this roller coaster of magic.
The Emmy Award-winning series returns. Come on, Wrexham! With an all-new season.
We're going into a really tough division.
Birmingham are absolute favourites with the arrival of Tom Brady.
It's a friendly competition. Well, not so friendly.
Imagine the opportunity to beat Tom Brady at sports.
FX's Welcome to Wrexham premieres May 15th on FX. Stream on Hulu.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hi, this is Tim Kirkjian with ESPN, and you're listening to ESPN Albuquerque 101.7 The Team.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. The biggest unknown this NBA offseason, Bucks forward Giannis Antetokounmpo. Sources tell ESPN's Shams Charania Giannis hasn't made any firm decisions on his future, but for the first time in his career, he's open-minded about exploring whether his best long-term fit is staying in Milwaukee or playing elsewhere. For inquiring teams, know it'll take more than picks to get Giannis out of Milwaukee. ESPN NBA insider Brian Windhorst.
They need players back. They would also like draft picks for Giannis. And by the way, if you're going to offer a draft pick for Giannis and you're getting him and creating a super team, the Bucks aren't going to be excited about getting your draft picks for the next few years. So ideally, the Bucks want players, and they're going to want other teams' picks. There are several teams who have this exact package, including San Antonio, Houston, and Brooklyn.
The NBA Draft Lottery is tonight, 7 Eastern, ESPN Radio and ESPN. Shams also reports Cavs shooting guard Donovan Mitchell expected to be a game-time decision in a must-win in Game 5 East semis against the Pacers tomorrow. An MRI showed he aggravated a previous left ankle injury last night.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Tuesday with Giannis open to exploring best fits outside of Milwaukee, I'll tell you if there's anything the Bucks can do to change his mind. It's on Sportsman, like 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Hey, man. It's Reggae Monday with Freddie and Harry.
Baby, I wanna be your sole provider.
He's Harry Douglas, Freddie Coleman. You put us together, you get the Reggae Monday edition of Freddie and Harry, presented by Progressive Insurance. Appreciate you joining us on Sirius XM Channel 80. Don't forget about us, so tune in and tell that smart speaker to play ESPN Radio. It's a certainty. When the Pacers move on from the Cleveland Cavaliers, how much of a threat are they to maybe finally get that first NBA championship? We'll do that in a couple of minutes. But we got a couple of games for us tonight. You got the Warriors and the Timberwolves on one side. Timberwolves lead that series 2-1. You got the Knicks and Celtics coverage on ESPN Radio beginning at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, Madison Square Garden. Knicks lead that series 2-1. Who gets which victory in which game and how? And let us know now at 888-729-3776. One of our favorites is Marshawn in Iowa. Marshawn, what you got for the game for us tonight?
What's going on, my dogs? First and foremost, let me say this, man, because me and my mom was on the phone Thursday. We were so excited to talk to you guys. You guys had me on the phone for 2 hours, man. Couldn't even get in, man.
Sorry,
but today, he's listening. And the only thing me and her wanted to talk about on Thursday was when it comes to the Boston and New York game, right? Boston's the champions. So until they go down 3 games, which they went down 3 games against Miami, only to tie the series. Go in Game 7, go up 10, lose. Now, each one of these 4 games, Boston has put New York in a sharpshooter. Like back in the day when The Rock would wrestle, he put them in a sharpshooter and never let go. Well, they let go. And somehow, somewhere, they scrambled out. But when they put them in that figure 4 that Rick Flair used to use, they didn't unlock that mug. So I'm looking at them to give them, tonight is going to be a rock bottom. Rock bottom in the first half. When it comes down to this Pacers, I'm looking at a rematch between the Pacers and Boston, man. The Pacers got revenge on their system, man. They got a revenge. I'm sorry, whoever a Cleveland fan, it was a good run.
Wow. So I'll start with the Boston Celtics, and we know they got some unbelievable looks in games 1 and 2. They didn't hit them.
Yep.
But they also still had 20-point leads in both games and easily could have won. They just, their shot selection and, getting too comfortable allowed the Knicks to come back. And then when it came to crunch time, the Knicks felt like, number one, they were the team that wanted it the most.
Sure.
And also they executed down the stretch the best. And they were the more physical teams in games 1 and 2.
Yeah.
When I look at game 3, Boston Celtics hit their shots. It's as simple as that for me.
Yeah.
They made their baskets.
The Knicks got to ugly it up. And the way to do that is, like you said, be physical on defense, make them work harder for their shots, and dare them to take those hero shots where they didn't have to worry about taking a lot of hero shots in game 1. They took contested shots, not hero shots. And boy, did that make a difference involving that. Dez in Minnesota, one of the other favorites. Dez, we got 2 games for us tonight, my friend. What say you?
Hey, what's up, Kudo? I can't wait to see y'all on ESPN too.
Well done, and thank you very much for that. Go ahead.
Listen, this series between Boston and the Knicks got me feeling like the Dallas Mavericks when they won in 2011 oh, Miami, they coming through. Not one, not two, not three, not four. Boy, go sit down and go buy your room at La Quinta. So you going to bed for the rest of the season. I'm picking the Knicks at 7. I'm standing on it. I don't care if they win this game. The Knicks going to win at 7. It's just, remember I called the other week, I'm like, it's an eye test. It's like, yeah, okay, you can shoot them threes. You can knock me out the park. All right. But when I come back with Lil Ray him, a.k.a. Lil Brunson, all this up. Big body in the field. And my Timberwolves, this is my, I should be encouraging the team, but I don't think Stephen Curry should come back, especially if you're the owner of the Warriors and you like, I got Curry for the next 3 years. Why waste him on this series?
That sounds like a Timberwolves fan hoping that he does not come back. That this series will be over before he comes back. Dez, I see right through you, brother.
If he's available for Game 6, after they reevaluate his hamstring and, he feel like you're not going to be 100% yourself, but if you can feel like you're 85 or 90 if you're Steph Curry.
He'll push to be out there.
1,000%. Yeah. And if you can only hope it gets to a Game 6, and then if it's not Game 6, you only hope that you can get to Game 7. Where they messed up is when they had that opportunity to win the last ball game. Game 3, they did not win it.
Yeah. How many layups did Jimmy Butler miss the front of the rim?
Well, I mean, Butler throughout the game, I would say he did his part.
He certainly did.
Those chippies, you got to make. You got the big game from Kuminga, but when it came to crunch time down the stretch, it was Anthony Edwards. It was the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Julius Randle triple-double.
Julius Randle. It was Rudy Gobert altering shots in the paint, making a difference in that ball game. And ultimately, Minnesota found a way to win, to go up 2-1. And the Golden State Warriors found a way to lose it.
Beverly in Birmingham, one of our other favorites at 888-729-3776. Miss Beverly, thanks for joining us and Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio. We got 2 games for us tonight. Knicks and Celtics. Knicks up 2-1. Timberwolves and Warriors. Timberwolves up 2-1. Miss Beverly, what say you?
Hey guys, long time no talk. Let me first say this. I made sure Shannon family was cool, but I want to say, hey Harry, how you have that guy that's always off work and use so many days off. They start borrowing other people's days. Hey Harry, you're not gonna use them days, bro, man. Let me get them days so he can have vacation time. He done used all his days. He just started borrowing other people's days.
When we break, we break.
Seriously. Well, I need to holler at E-Dog, Iceman, Vanilla Ice, all of this. He said Steph Curry was overrated.
Get him, Beverly.
I almost fell out my chair. Everybody thought I was drunk at work.
Talk to him, Miss Beverly.
This fool that lost his mind. He said this guy is an NBA all-time player and unanimous MVP voter, a 4-time champ, MVP, 4-time champ, finals MVP, broke Ray Allen's 3-point record, and then he single-handedly gave the USA the gold medal. And he said he's overrated. Miss me with that. And then when you ask him why, Freddie, he go, no.
Wow.
Come with some facts, bro. Come with some facts.
How many points did he have in Game 7 the year he won the unanimous MVP against the Cavaliers?
Oh. Hey,
here we go.
E-Dog, you don't talk back to Auntie. What's wrong with you, E?
She called me out.
She did.
Somebody better tell him, because he don't know. He better get right. They'll come to me with some facts. You sitting up talking about this guy's overrated. You talk about he needed Jimmy Butler. So LeBron needed Dwayne Wade. Michael Jordan had Scottie Pippen. Everybody got a side piece. Then you sit up talking about because Jimmy Butler came. Don't miss me with that.
Well, Miss Beverly, since you said that.
No, hold up. And then here comes Shannon. He want to tap out. He want to do the Anthony Richardson tap out on the Giants. You don't get to tap out. You don't get to transfer portal. Do you know how long me and Fred have been suffering with the Dallas Cowboys? No, you got to ride it out. You don't get to tap out.
Thank you.
You don't get to. I done wrote many of them. I got about 30 of them letters in my nightstand that you done wrote. You just hang in there. And I'm not going to be foolish and be like Fred said, me, Harry, come join my team. No, I don't want you to go to therapy. Because if I invite you to join the Dallas Cowboys team, you're going to have therapy. Because everybody that's a Cowboys fan, we go through this year after year. It's craziness. But you have to be a fan and you have to be loyal. You don't get to tap out. Anthony Richardson, now I'm out. Peace. Much love.
Oh, how I miss Miss Beverly.
Take that, E-Dog, and transfer portal fan pin. take that as far as that goes. Using Game 7, the one game that they didn't win, up 3-1.
We gotta have a talk on the side.
Let's just have that level off all the other great games he's had. Sure, no problem.
Well, I mean, you won the unanimous MVP that year.
In the regular season, dude.
Right, and then Game 7. Couple big threes. You needed to make them.
Well, you needed to make them. And
you hear him, Miss Beverly?
You mean
he's still talking back?
You mean he's not perfect? Oh, who knew? Who knew?
That's where the take lies in terms of a tad overrated.
How's he a tad for one?
Because we don't keep that same energy when the bad games are there.
Hold on a second. We do keep that same energy, but that's one game you're using. But yet you don't have the same energy when Boston dared him to get inside and make plays in the lane, and he led them back from a 2-1 deficit. Where's that energy then from you? With Steph Curry. I don't hear with Steph Curry. I hear the overrated stuff.
I didn't say that he never had any good games.
No, you're saying a tad overrated.
Yes.
That makes absolutely no sense. None whatsoever. An all-timer.
I still can't believe he was talking about the auntie. You can't do that at no cooking.
Look, she came at my throat, so.
Miss Beverly, you heard him?
Round 2, Wednesday afternoon, around 3 o'clock Eastern time.
Round 2 is on the way. E-Dog versus Miss Beverly.
Absolutely. Get your bets in now on ESPN Bet. With Harry Douglas and Freddie Coleman, it is Reggae Monday here on Freddie and Harry, along with Eric Hanneman and Shannon Penn. Keep weighing in 2 Game 4s tonight. Who's going to win between the Celtics and the Knicks of the Garden, and the Timberwolves and Golden State in San Francisco?
It's time to hear from you. Dial us up. 1-888-SAY-ESPN. That's 1-888-729-3776.
Plus, sleep on the Indiana Pacers at your own peril. You may not want to like it, but you better give them that respect. We'll get to that here on Freddie and Harry on the ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Today on SC Plus, streaming exclusively on Disney Plus. Pacers run the Cavs out of the gym while OKC bounces back. Playoff pucks continuing to deliver. One player's having a historical run. Is that player named Aaron Judge? Because he's pretty dang good. See him on skates. All that and more today on SC Plus on Disney Plus.
Harry Douglas here. We all know breakfast is an important part of your day. But when you're traveling for work and your hotel doesn't offer any, you're forced to make do with peanuts and an energy bar as you sprint off to your shift. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free bright side breakfast, featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. We refuse to let you go to work hungry, and I mean refuse, and aim to send you off fueled up. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Put your game faces on and get ready to experience sports betting like never before. Caesars Sportsbook is taking over at Route 66 Casino Hotel with new game-dominating betting options, better rewards, and the best sportsbook in the U.S. Let the games begin. Place your bets today. Get your kicks.
Could church be the fresh start you've been looking for? Maybe you've never been to a church, or maybe it's just been a while. No matter where you're at on your journey, you are welcome here. At Legacy Church, we help people connect with God, grow in relationships, and live generously. We've got 9 incredible campuses all across New Mexico, including Clovis, Portales, and Albuquerque, plus a worldwide online campus. So trust me, there's a place for you. Join us this week. Visit legacychurch.com to find a campus near you, plus service times and plan your visit. We can't wait to see you.
What's in your closet? The hidden treasures in your home are worth instant cash or loans. At Crown Jewels & Coin, we pay top dollar for fine jewelry, diamonds, sterling silver, gold coins and bullion, even fine art and luxury goods. We also deal in Native American jewelry and arts, plus Rolex and other fine watches. Bring us the treasures you no longer want, and we'll put them to work for the cash you need. Crown Jewels & Coin for all you treasure. San Mateo, north of Candelaria.
Birmingham are absolute favourites with the arrival of Tom Brady.
It's a friendly competition. Oh! Well, not so friendly.
Imagine the opportunity to beat Tom Brady at sports.
FX is Welcome to Wrexham. Premieres May 15th on FX. Stream on Hulu.
The Hoop Collective Podcast.
This nonsense with Draymond, it's truly embarrassing the way the league has allowed this to fester to the point where this guy acts like he is aggrieved every second he's on the court while he's committing a flagrant or a technical foul every game. It's 9 years since this guy cost his team a title, and we are still dealing with this absolute garbage.
The Hoop Collective Podcast. Listen on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts. Earlier on Joe and Q.
5 quarterbacks throwing him the ball over his 3 years in the league: Mitchell Trubisky, Mason Rudolph, Kenny Pickett, Justin Fields, Russell Wilson. We can talk about Dak's shortcoming in the playoffs all we want. In the regular season, he's a damn good quarterback. So the Cowboys have a need. They bring in George Pickens. CeeDee Lamb drawing all the attention as the number 1. There's a lot of potential here for the Cowboys.
Joe and Q. Weekdays from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
The PGA Championship on ESPN. There's nothing like the first. The first player at the very first tee.
What a morning we've got in store for you here.
A first-class field including Rory, Scotty, and Xander.
And Rory goes flag hunting.
The PGA Championship. First coverage starts at 7 a.m. Eastern, Thursday through Sunday on ESPN+. Sign up now at espnplus.com/golf.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. That's Hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey Albuquerque, this is Big League Baseball player Alex Bregman, and you're listening to ESPN Radio 101.7 The Team.
Hey man, it's Reggae Monday with Freddie and Harry.
I wanna live in your house. I wanna live in your house.
With Harry Douglas, Freddie Coleman, it's Reggae Monday time. Man and woman on Freddie and Harry on Sirius XM Channel 80. Don't forget about us and tune in. And also that smart speaker of yours to play ESPN Radio. And whether you're Pacers man or Cavaliers man is about to be over in about 24 hours plus. Indiana going up 3-1 in the series last night. They put up an 80 burger with a side of fries and a big old strawberry shake, scoring that many points in the first half. Not 3 quarters, in the first half. At one point, they had a 41-point lead at halftime of 80-39, the largest halftime lead in the history of the NBA postseason. And Tyrese Halliburton, he wasn't any good on Friday. He was quite good on Sunday.
First of all, our film sessions are always pretty ugly after a loss, especially when I think over the course of the last 2 or 3 years, you've seen when we are in like a 2-game series with somebody and we lose the first game, we typically come to play that second game. So that coach is a savant when it comes to adjustments and getting the best out of guys, and we kind of just follow that lead. And his intensity come playoff time is it's easy to follow. And when we have a game like we had last game, such a letdown, he sets the tone with our energy in practice or film or whatever, and we just kind of follow that lead. So I feel like we're a resilient group. We've been through a lot, and we've been together for some time now. So I feel like you can always count on us to respond the right way.
Certain teams have a look. This Pacers team has that look of a team that's a threat for the NBA title. With the way they play their pace, they've gotten better defensively. They can hit you in so many different ways with the three or driving to the basket, getting out in transition. Having Benedict Mathurin, as long as he doesn't try to get in touch in a fight club, like he's tried with DeAndre Hunter since Game 3 involving those two. When is that going to be a pay-per-view fight involving both of those two? But having that, quote-unquote, see what I did here, punch off the bench from Benedict Mathurin, that is something that last year they didn't have, that they have this year. But he can play at both ends. That team has that look of, you play that team, they're going to be a hard out over 48 minutes no matter who they play after they're done with the Cleveland Cavaliers.
This is a team that has experience, Freddie. And sometimes experience can be your best teacher. They went through the bumps and bruises last year in the Eastern Conference Finals versus the Boston Celtics, where they should have won 2 or 3 of those games. Right? They had to learn the hard way, so they kept that chip on their shoulder. They came back for the 2024-25 season, and we see this basketball team over the number 1 seed up right now, 3-1 in the series.
Yeah.
And it's not by surprise, in my opinion, and it's because of how balanced they are as a basketball team. But remember what I said before this series started, right? The matchups that I was looking at. I was looking at Siakam versus Evan Mobley. Mm-hmm. I was looking at Miles Turner versus Jared Allen. And I was also looking at the bench of both teams. And so far, the Indiana Pacers are winning those matchups. And they have multiple guys that can beat you on this basketball team. They play team ball, and they play at a pace sometimes you are forced to play at. And if you aren't accustomed to playing at that pace on a regular basis, then that's when you see the Indiana Pacers running away with things like we see them in this series so far.
Yeah, Cleveland's going to rule the day they let Game 2 get away. They're going to rule the day where they literally threw the ball away in that fourth quarter at home, in which that could have been a 1-1 series. Instead, they're 1 game away from going home for the summer.
So it was Max Strus late with that late turnover. It was 2 separate occasions in which a free throw, and you're taught this at age 6 and 7 years old of basketball. Box out at the free throw line. 2 separate occasions.
Neesmith literally ran 25 feet and got that rebound, that tip dunk over Donovan Mitchell, who was a little tardy, and he paid for that with that tip dunk that really kept things started for Indiana.
And then the game winner, right? Tyrese Halliburton. All you got to do is box him out.
And he's the shooter. He missed the free throw, then Stats hit the 3 over when it comes to the backup point guard for the Cleveland Cavaliers, Ty Jerome, and that was a wrap in Game 2 in favor of Indiana. Kevin in Florida's got something to say about this series at 888-729-3776 on the Freddie and Harry call-in line. Kev, what you got?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man. First off, happy belated Mother's Day to everybody.
Thank you. You too.
Quick question. Am I the only one, honestly, that didn't see kind of the collapse of Cleveland happen? They kind of came out so fast in the beginning. It was them in Oklahoma City. They came out, they called the Cavaliers. They came out anything but. They came all the way down to Miami. I decided not to go. Didn't want to get too close to it. Kind of jinxed it. I thought too good, too quick. Nah, maybe no. Now everybody's hurt. It completely fell off. I know hindsight's 20/20 and all that good stuff. Am I the only one that didn't see it coming? Honestly, I mean, Harry's not being honest about the Oshkosh thing. Come on.
I love it, Kevin. So I will say this about Cleveland. They easily could have won Game 1. But Indiana was better down the stretch. Remember, it was Halliburton. It was Neesmith, those 3-pointers, right? Collectively, back to back that, took over that basketball down the stretch.
Yeah, part of a 20-10 run in the fourth quarter.
And then Game 2, right? Those are 2 games right there that Cleveland should have won.
Good point. Yeah. You can't make those kind of mistakes at home. You can't make those mistakes anywhere, but 2 games that you had a chance at home because they were getting their butt kicked early in game 1 and came all the way back to that 1-point lead. Then got outscored down the stretch. Then even without Evan Mobley, along with Darius Garland on the court, along with DeAndre Hunter, you still were the better team for 3.5 quarters, and you let Indiana get away. Then you had that reprieve in game 3, and then I don't know what happened last night. Now Donovan Mitchell, a game-time decision with an aggravated knee injury. It is not looking good for Cleveland trying to find a way to get to a game 6 in this series, even though game 5 is going to be at home. We'll use the word legacy involving Giannis Antetokounmpo and his future outside of Milwaukee, and the players still playing in the playoffs that maybe should have that word attached to them. This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
ESPN Radio Sports Beat with Freddie Coleman.
It is really, really tough staying great, even if you have a championship. Ask Jason Tatum about that when it comes to the Boston Celtics. Ask Nikola Jokic about that when it comes to the Denver Nuggets. And even the guy who's no longer in the playoffs, Giannis Antetokounmpo, at least for now, of the Milwaukee Bucks. Especially when you know so many dudes want what you have. Not just the space that you created, but also that championship ring. So no matter what you do, if it's not great enough, people are going to let you know about it. Ask Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics. Ask Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Milwaukee Bucks, at least for now. And ask Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets. Then it's also tough getting there. If you're Jalen Brunson of the New York Knicks, Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and also Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of Oklahoma City. That's been the best thing about the NBA playoffs so far. The greats who want to stay there. The ones who want to be great, trying to get there. Either way, you add all that up, it has been a terrific postseason, maybe the best we've seen in a long, long time. In 60 seconds, the summer of Giannis.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get a taste of that winning feeling before the buzzer sounds with ESPN Bet's early victory promo. Simply place a pregame moneyline bet on any NBA playoff game. And if the team you back goes up by 20 or more points at any point in the game, your bet will get paid out early. Available throughout the NBA playoffs at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
So according to reports, Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Milwaukee Bucks, he is open to exploring the best fit outside of playing in Milwaukee. He's played 12 seasons with that organization, led them to an NBA championship, and he's been a 2-time MVP as well as Defensive Player of the Year. Yeah, this has to happen, meaning that not Giannis staying there. But Milwaukee right now is in a position that if they bring him back, with Damian Lillard next year, who won't be playing more than likely after tearing his Achilles tendon in the series versus Indiana. And then you have Kyle Kuzma. That's 3 guys that have a $164 million payroll are going to be responsible for about $130 million of it. Giannis has done everything and then some for this organization. When people said be disloyal, he stayed loyal. When people said you need to get on out of there, he didn't. But it's now come to a time when $54 million, $58 million, and close to $63 million. Those are the next 3 years of contract Milwaukee to pay him. Maybe it's time for this friendly divorce to happen involving Giannis and the Bucks. For the ESPN Radio Sports Beat, I'm Freddie Coleman of ESPN Radio's Freddie and Harry.
1017 KQTM Rio Rancho Albuquerque, your hometown radio station. It's now time for another 1017 The Team Sports Update, provided by Caesars Sportsbook at Route 66 Casino Hotel.
I'm Christine Lisi. The winner of the Cooper Flag Sweepstakes will be crowned tonight. Utah, Washington, and Charlotte with the best odds to win the NBA Draft Lottery and chance to draft the former Duke star first overall. Lottery coverage 7 Eastern, ESPN Radio, and ESPN. ESPN's Shams Charania is reporting for the first time in his career, Giannis Antetokounmpo is open-minded about exploring whether his best long-term fit is staying in Milwaukee or playing elsewhere. Considering where the Bucks are after a third straight first-round playoff exit, this development is no surprise to First Take host Stephen A. Smith.
They're not good enough. Their future doesn't look right in terms of the assets they have available. And then the moment that Damian Lillard went down with the Achilles tear, I mean, to me, it was a wrap. To me, there's no contemplation. Giannis wants out. It's just that you got a draft lottery coming up tonight. Let's see, what happens with that. Let's see who has what assets, et cetera, and where we're going to go from there.
Shams also reports Cavaliers shooting guard Donovan Mitchell with an ankle injury is expected to be a game-time decision. Game 5, East Semis tomorrow versus the Pacers.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy. Coming up Tuesday, the Steelers passed on drafting Shedeur Sanders. I'll tell you why this will be the biggest regret in the Mike Tomlin era. It's unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
From Studio 2 at the worldwide headquarters of ESPN.
That's here.
And the ESPN studio in New York.
That's there.
This is Freddie and Harry.
I became a Knicks fan. The Knicks are still my favorite team of all time. I fell in love with that team when my dad could not take me to a playoff game. The last time they won the NBA championship in 1973. I was literally so upset at my father because he got a ticket from a friend of his and they didn't have an extra ticket. I'm 7 years of age and I'm watching the game on TV in tears knowing that my dad was there.
Something similar happened to me. My mother went to the bag tour at Madison Square Garden. She got tickets from a friend.
And you could go see
Michael Jackson? Yeah, Michael Jackson, the bag tour.
Whoa.
Yeah, so she went. She brought me home the program.
So?
Yeah, that's a big I was so upset. I was so upset.
Wow. Here, son, you couldn't go, but read about it.
Here's the Pepsi program. There you go.
This is Freddie and Harry.
It is Reggae Monday time on the best show on your radio with Harry Douglas. I'm Freddie Coleman. You put us together, and you have Freddie and Harry. Thank you very much. Presented by Progressive Insurance. And we are here on the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80. Don't forget about us and tune in also that smart speaker of yours that play ESPN Radio. So sources told, lead source from the NBA told ESPN that Giannis Antetokounmpo, still with the Milwaukee Bucks, has not been asked to be traded, has not asked out, but could be open to explore options outside the Milwaukee Bucks, even though he still has 3 years and over $174 million left on a contract that somebody may be willing to take on that have him as that piece, a part of a team that could be a championship if he decides to leave Milwaukee. Let's bring in FOTS, friend of the show. He is better known as Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider. Hit him on the socials at Bobby Marks 42. Bobby, I do not believe in coincidences. I don't believe that this is not calculated, that this kind of information comes out the night of NBA draft lottery, during the playoffs, and league meetings are coming up. It leads me to think that more than likely a trade could possibly happen. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Giannis, you're kind of reading the tea leaves right now, and I think you're looking at a roster that certainly has lost in the playoffs and first round 3 years in a row. I think that the biggest thing is that, the Damian Lillard injury kind of hovers over this organization. And if you're Giannis, you're asking, how does this roster improve in the offseason? It's going to be a challenge, and John Horst, their general manager, has done a really good job as far as continually trying to add pieces around him. They've got one first-round pick in 2031 or 32. They've got some nice young players, but not really blue-chip prospects here. And I think if you're Giannis, you're thinking, can I wait until 2026 when Lillard is healthy? Can I afford doing that? Or is my best chance to try to win a championship outside of Milwaukee? And I think if he did become available, I would say there'll be a list of teams certainly lined up to try to get him, especially as you said, he's got 3 years left in his contract, and the third year with a player option.
Bobby, let me ask you this. Which teams do you believe are in the best position to pursue Giannis? And, what would their path to landing him look like?
Yeah, so we have an article up on ESPN.com, and we basically took the 29 teams and we've tiered them into different brackets here. The two for me is San Antonio and Houston. And I look at it where there's a bucket list of things if you are Milwaukee that you're trying to accomplish, whether it be draft equity, which both teams have, young players on controllable contracts, which both teams have, sizable contracts to make the deal work. Remember, Giannis is making $54 million, and you got to send out 43. And then the fourth thing is that if you're the team trading him, is your roster still a win-now team after everything you've given up? And I just look at what both teams can do in a deal, whether it be San Antonio and Stephen Castle and draft equity that they still have, 3 or 4 first-round picks, and you look at Houston. Tonight's going to be important.
Yeah,
I mean they're going in the lottery with the 9th pick in the draft. They've got Phoenix's pick in the foreseeable future. You guys know all the young players they have, whether it be Amen Thompson or Tari Easton or Alperen Sengun and Jalen Green here. So I look at those two teams that have they check the boxes. Brooklyn and Utah, from draft pick wise, have a lot to offer here, but I just don't see anything else on those teams' roster that would try to accomplish what Milwaukee's looking. Remember, Milwaukee does not control their first-round pick until 2031.
Wow. Great stuff by Bobby Marks about the future. Giannis Antetokounmpo, NBA front office inside ESPN, joining us on Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio.
So, Bobby, let's just say hypothetically, if Brooklyn and Utah trade for either one, right? Trade for Giannis.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a possibility where Giannis will say, okay, well, I'm retiring? If you're going to send me to either one of those places, I'm just going to retire and not play basketball anymore.
Well, I don't know about that. I would say, listen, I would say this, and I think this is a little different than Luka, where Luka got basically traded in the middle of the night, and there's, and he didn't have a pick where he wanted to go, although it probably will work out for him. I do think that Giannis is part of the process here. I know he doesn't have a no-trade clause like Bradley Beal and LeBron, but I do think he has, based on what he's been able to do for you from a community standpoint, winning a championship, everything since he was drafted in 2013, that he is part of the process here. And I don't want to say dictate teams, but I think you have to put him in you've got to work with him and putting him, and it's got to be a win-win for both teams. And yeah, you're right. I mean, going to Brooklyn, it's like you're asking yourself, okay, who else is coming with me? I would be better off to stay in Milwaukee. And the same thing with Utah also.
If you're Bobby Marks and you're the general manager of the NBA team, and you know that Giannis is that piece you need to be a championship team or a championship contender, how much are you willing to give up for Giannis?
Well, it's what you want to do is basically Giannis say, this is the team I want to go to, and put pressure on an organization from that perspective, whether it be, let's say, hey, I want to go play with Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio and basically kind of do what De'Aaron Fox did and put a lot of pressure on the organization. I think that's kind of the goal there. As you said, I think the biggest thing is, you don't want to give up everything, and then you're basically really hamstrung as far as what else you can add. You still want to keep a little bit in the kitty as far as what you can continually try to add to the roster.
So when you look at two teams I'm about to mention, number one, the Los Angeles Lakers, they acquired Luka through a trade, but we know LeBron's not going to play forever, and they want to surround Luka with the proper pieces moving forward for the future of the Los Angeles Lakers. You also look at a team in the Miami Heat. Give me a percentage where you think those two teams might be able to land a Giannis.
I think the Lakers are less, just because they've got one first-round pick to trade in, I think, 2031 or 32. Now, if you're telling me they're going to flip Luka for something else and get draft equity and go that route, then I could still be believable. But it's hard for me to see a clear path where you could pair Giannis and Luka and still have, even if LeBron retires eventually on your roster. I just don't see them having enough players to do that. Basically Austin Reeves is your centerpiece as far as that. With Miami, you've got 3 first-round picks to move. Are you willing to move Bam or Tyler Hero? That's the biggest thing as far as in a deal there. And I think if you're Giannis, it's like back to the same thing. Okay, what else is left with this roster here? So I would guess put Miami a little bit ahead of the Lakers. I think they're kind of in the back of the line as far as where some of these other teams are.
Real quick, how about a team of the Houston Rockets? Because I'm thinking the 2 untouchables, Şengün and Thompson, because we saw they're able to do in the playoffs. How much of that if Milwaukee says, you got to give us one or the other, that Houston would say, okay, we'll make that trade?
No, it's a tough one. It's basically you're kind of like drawing a line in your sand. You're saying, like, you can take everyone else. Right? Like, pick what you want. We'll give you whatever you want. Oh, it's hard for me. I know how great Giannis is. I think the biggest thing, too, is that you got to have a good sense that after 2 years, he's going to be willing to recommit with you. That's the biggest thing, is that you don't want to be left with nothing and him leaving in free agency 2 years from now.
Hey, Bobby, always appreciate my friend. And by the way, congratulations to your Marist Red Fox is going to NCAA softball tournament, man, winning the MAC championship.
We're going to Texas A&M, man.
Yeah,
College Station, here we come.
That's right. Liberty in the first round matchup. Take care of the Liberty Flames, and then you play the #1 team in the country. So good luck to your Red Foxes, Bobby, and thanks, my man.
I appreciate it. Talk to you.
The pride of Po-Town, meaning Poughkeepsie, New York's home. Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insight, because that's where Marist University is. When it comes to Poughkeepsie, New York, hit him on the socials at Bobby Marks 42, joining us on Freddie and Harry, presented by Progressive Insurance on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80 with Harry Douglas. I'm Freddie Coleman. We know the term legacy. That word gets thrown around a lot, sometimes for no reason, but it gets thrown around a lot when it comes to playoff games, guys in playoffs, or a guy like Giannis Antetokounmpo. Not saying his legacy is on the line, but wherever he goes, more than likely, I think he's going to go somewhere else. This will be a friendly divorce. That's going to happen between him and Milwaukee. If not this year, sometime soon, maybe even next year. So that word legacy can be attached to him. Where he goes, he finds another way to win an NBA championship after doing it, and nobody thought he could do it in 12 years with the Milwaukee Bucks. But there's certain guys out there right now in the NBA playoffs where I don't think the word legacy is a bad word to put next to them. And I'll give you 3 dudes. Donovan Mitchell of the Cleveland Cavaliers, Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics. I'll start with Jason Tatum. We know that if he continues to up his game against the Knicks, and then they beat more than likely Indiana, and then he plays well because he did not play as well as people thought he should have played in the NBA Finals last year, all of a sudden the word legacy won't have a negative connotation where they won't say it's on the line with Jason Tatum. Anthony Edwards, at a certain point, whether he likes it or not, he's going to be one of the face of the league. As a matter of fact, damn it, he may already be there. And he keeps having those kind of moments on Saturday night where he literally put Trace Jackson Davis in the rim on that dunk in the second half for the Minnesota
Timberwolves. Stop jumping. Please, fellas, stop jumping.
He made a business decision, but it was too late. If you're going to make a business decision, Harry Douglas, make sure you're 2 feet on the ground. If you make the business decision in the air and you're not a pilot, probably a bad idea. Birds can do that. Pilots can do that. You can't do that.
That was loony, though.
No, I thought Trace Jackson Davis that he put in the rim.
I thought it was loony.
Put it this way. It was a big dude, and he put him in the rim. Chocolate, light skin. Either way, he put him in the rim as far as Anthony Edwards was concerned. So he can keep adding to his legacy if you're able to take down the team, even without Steph Curry. A Jimmy Butler with an organization with 4 championship rings under Steve Kerr's watch. Then you got Donovan Mitchell, and this could take a negative connotation with him. Everything seemed to be kind of set up for Cleveland. Best record in the Eastern Conference. He played extremely well in any other year. He'd be more of an MVP candidate, not winning it, but more of an MVP candidate that is a 1-2 race involving Nikola Jokic of Denver and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Oklahoma City. But they're not able to get out of the second round. He's injured again. That'll be that word attached to him saying maybe his legacy is when they really need it, he can't stay healthy enough for this team to do so.
So I'll start with Donovan Mitchell. You look at a guy right now who's down 3-1 in the series, and it doesn't look great for the Cleveland Cavaliers after having the #1 seed in the Eastern Conference. Donovan Mitchell has been playing his behind off. But at the end of the day, when you're the bus driver, you got to drive your team to an Eastern Conference Finals and potentially to a NBA Finals when you have the #1 seed. And people are basically saying that the Cleveland Cavaliers made the trade for DeAndre Hunter, and basically you're made to beat the Boston Celtics in 2025 when you talk about the playoffs. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. So for Donovan Mitchell, it's going to have to happen at another time, if it ever happens. Next, I'll start with Jason Tatum. You're talking about a guy last year on a championship run who did not get Eastern Conference MVP, who did not get NBA Finals MVP as well. That both of those went to Jaylen Brown. But at the same time, he has the word champion attached to his name. And we do all know that he is the face of the franchise. He's the face of the organization. That leads me to the last person.
Okay.
Anthony Edwards.
All right.
And that's who I'm picking. The player that can really boost their legacy and make it go in a different direction. Here's a guy who lost in the Western Conference Finals a season ago to the Dallas Mavericks, who had Luka leading the charge. This is the same guy who swept Kevin Durant last season. This is the same guy who took out Nikola Jokic and also Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray in the Denver Nuggets. You go to 2025 playoffs. Who do they play in the first round? LeBron James and Luka. Everybody calls LeBron what? Not the king, but the king. Everyone looks at Luka as a superstar player. You go through them in 5 games. It wasn't Lakers in 5. It was Wolves in 5. Wolves in 5. Now you're in the second round where you're playing against a Steph Curry to Jimmy Butler. Steph Curry gets hurt, but hey, if you're Anthony Edwards, that's not your problem.
Absolutely.
That's Steph Curry's problem. That's the Golden State Warriors issue. That has nothing to do with you and the Minnesota Timberwolves. But they still have a guy by the name of Jimmy Buckets, right? Who gave off in a game 3, unbelievable effort, but came up short. But who was it in the second half who really put their imprint on that ball game? It was Anthony Edwards. Now, let's just say they go through this series as well, and you meet the Oklahoma City Thunder if they beat the Denver Nuggets, and you have the MVP, who we all believe Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to win the MVP this season, and you go through the best defensive team in the NBA alongside the MVP and the team who's had the best record in the Western Conference the last 2 seasons.
Right.
Not the last one, but the last 2 seasons. And then most likely everyone is thinking that Boston is going to come out of the Eastern Conference, and you go through Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. You talk about legacy-defining moment from a playoff stretch, and it might be one of the greatest playoff runs to an NBA championship that we have seen in NBA history.
It's one of those things where you look at Anthony Edwards and you make some very valid points, completely valid points, where if you're able to do that and get your shine on. The one thing that Anthony Edwards and Jason Tatum has been able to have that Donovan Mitchell has not had against this series, against the Pacers in this series, is that the others have really helped them out. Anthony Edwards, when he has not played well, Julius Randle's doing his thing. Nas Reed off the bench is doing his thing. I know Dante DiVincenzo has not had a good success shooting the basketball, but his defense was really good for Minnesota. Same thing with Jason Tatum. Now, he led the way the other night in Game 3, but everybody else, Peyton Pritchard, Jaylen Brown, Derek White, all those guys. Donovan Mitchell had an otherworldly performance in Game 2. In a game in which they should not let it get away, and they have a Max Strus turnover, or he doesn't box out the guy properly. Those kind of things can really determine exactly, or when they really had to have it, even though he was great, he wasn't great enough. Donovan Mitchell's a terrific player, but at certain points we've seen, has not been enough and has not maybe had enough around him that their level can be raised to make sure that everybody is more than good enough.
Now, before I say this, Freddie, I also got to mention I'm a Louisville alum. Donovan Mitchell's a Louisville alum. Yes, I love him to the max, y'all. My Louisville people, don't be bothered by what I'm about to say next. The difference between Donovan Mitchell and Jason Tatum and Anthony Edwards is that even though those guys offensively can be bona fide and can be great, they can also have an impact on the defensive end. That's not Donovan Mitchell, in my opinion. Teams, at times, they search him out and they look at it as a mismatch to where they can have an offensive advantage when facing the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's the difference between Donovan Mitchell and Jason Tatum and Anthony Edwards, in my opinion.
If you're a Cleveland fan, by the way, Harry Douglas, that's him, Freddie Coleman, that's me. Reggae Monday happening right now on Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80. If you're a Cleveland fan, you're thinking, all right, did our team sell their soul to Crossroads when we won that championship versus the Golden State Warriors? I mean, down 3-1 in that series with LeBron James, Kevin Love, Kyrie Irving, Tristan Thompson, all those guys, and they were down 3-1, and they finally able to find a way to break through and beat a team that won 73 games in the regular season.
Well, they better thank Draymond Green.
Oh, no, they can thank the late David Stern, NBA commissioner, for that, making that kind of ruling. Because, granted, we've seen worse than that from Draymond Green ever since then, the regular season and the playoffs. But if that was any other player, if that person's name was not Draymond Green, there's no way that dude's being suspended for Game 5 like he was. And also, to be fair, hey, Golden State, up 3-1. You had 2 out of 3 chances to close out that series, 2 games at home, and you did not get it done. So, yeah, that didn't help, but you also didn't help yourself by having 3 different opportunities to close out a team, and you weren't able to do it with 2 of those games being played in your home building.
I got 2 guys. I that I wanted to suggest for you.
Okay.
The first is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Like, yes, he's going to win the MVP, but you and your Thunder have a real chance from graduating from being a nice, cute story to being the real deal.
Okay.
And that's why Game 4 was so big. It's a big difference from being down 3-1 than it is being tied 2-2, going with 2 of the next 3 being at your home
because
building.
They weren't coming back being down 3-1. Listen, I love OKC, but you're going against the Denver Nuggets, and if you thought you were going to win 3 games in a row, being down 3-1 to beat the Denver Nuggets, it wasn't happening in my opinion.
So absolutely, if you get an opportunity to get to the Western Conference Finals after beating the consensus best player in the NBA right now, I think that's huge for Shai. Regardless if they get to the finals or not, I think this playoff run is huge for Shai.
Okay.
The second guy, and I know he's been great, especially late, big body, Captain Clutch, Jalen Brunson. Like, I think, and you know this, like the Knicks and their fandom and their fans, like, to be your legacy and a Knicks legend, you don't even got to win a championship because they haven't done it in forever. You just got to get to the finals or get to a Western Conference Finals. You look at some of those previous teams, the lore and the admiration that they have for those guys, or even some of like Melo, a guy who didn't even get to an Eastern Conference Finals. So I think for Brunson, if you can somehow get past the Celtics, and yes, the pressure will be on you to get to the finals then, but if you get back to the Celtics, I think that puts them at another stratosphere amongst Knicks fans.
So my only issue with you mentioning Brunson is that when having this type of conversation, I'm only having this conversation with the NBA Finals in my mind, and that's winning it. I can't have this conversation without talking about winning the NBA Finals.
That's where I'm at with you. I hear what Shannon's saying because you look at that Knicks row of Knicks legends that they have at every game. No championship rings along that road, not named Earl Monroe or Walt Frazier. Guys got to the finals. Patrick Ewing got there. John Starks was able to get there. Larry Johnson got them there. Marcus Camby, etc. Charles Sprewell, Allen Houston. But their legend is because you gave great effort. But you fell short.
So if you're Jalen Brunson and you want to separate yourself from the rest of the pack,
you got to win it.
You win an NBA championship as a New York Knick.
Yeah, and if you're able to do that, then you should retire immediately because it will never get as better or as great as it's going to be if that actually happens. We got 2 Game 4s tonight. Knicks versus Boston Celtics. That Game 4 coverage right here on ESPN Radio, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Knicks lead that series 2-1. But we got the other Game 4. Minnesota Timberwolves leading the Golden State Warriors 2-1 in that series. Last chance of Golden State Warriors, right? Can they actually make it a series? Huh? We'll find out now on Freddie and Harry and ESPN Radio, but you got to find out about this work that Harry Douglas has for you from La Quinta.
When you're on a business trip and you know what goes completely off the rails, your workout routine. Trust me, folks, I've lived it. Especially when you book a hotel that doesn't have a gym. Then you have to squeeze in between the desk and your bed, eke out 2 push-ups, and call it a day. If you just stay at La Quinta by Wyndham, you'll discover there's a fully equipped fitness center at every location. Now you can wake up and do some weightlifting to prepare you to carry your team on your back all day long. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
What's up, kiddos? Clinton Yates here. And coming up Tuesday on Clinton and Friends, a pivotal Game 4 at MSG tonight. Can the Knicks push the Celtics to the brink, or will Boston tie up the series? We'll talk about it Tuesday at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Casino at the Downs has it all. Enjoy cash drawings, daily food specials, senior Fridays for players 50 and better, and active and retired military offers Tuesdays. Plus, late night loot midnight to 2 a.m. Monday through Thursday to win up to $500 in free play. Only at Casino at the Downs.
The Better Business Bureau has been collecting data, following consumer complaints and rating business performance in New Mexico for almost 80 years. American Home, New Mexico's painting specialists, AOP Security, Nest Polo Mechanical, and Lifetime Green Coatings. Buy with confidence. BBB.org.
Great food, cold drinks, and 16 Gold Crown tables. It's all at Slade Street Billiards Bar and Grill. Catch the game on 13 flat screens and try their award-winning made-from-scratch menu. Slade Street Billiards Bar and Grill, Southern New Hampshire and Rio Rancho.
Feeling overwhelmed with life? Like you're always falling behind on daily tasks, finances, or even keeping up with the kids? Let State Farm agent Art Sandoval help you simplify your life. With Art handling your auto, home, and life insurance, you'll have more time and more money too. Bundle your policies and you could save up to 40%. Call 505-338-0300 today and get to a better state with State Farm and Art Sandoval.
So you think drinking alcohol can't hurt you? It'll mess you up big time. Say adios to large chunks of your brain. Major damage is already being done. Other parts of your body are getting wrecked too. Forget about sports, forget about school, forget about doing much of anything. Underage drinking freaks out your body, messes up your life.
Sponsored by the NMDOT.
Birmingham are absolute favourites with the arrival of Tom Brady.
It's a friendly competition. Oh! Well, not so friendly.
Imagine the opportunity to beat Tom Brady at sports.
FX's Welcome to Wrexham premieres May 15th on FX. Stream on Hulu.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
Well, you could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, this is Coach Bradley. You're listening to ESPN Radio 1017 The Team.
This is SportsCenter.
Christine Lisi. Which team will have the chance to draft former Duke star Cooper Flagg first overall in next month's NBA draft? We'll find out tonight with the draft lottery. 7 Eastern, ESPN Radio and ESPN. Utah, Washington, and Charlotte with the best odds to win the draft lottery. A massive domino will fall this NBA offseason. For the first time in his career, Giannis Antetokounmpo is open-minded about exploring whether his best long-term fit is staying with Milwaukee or playing elsewhere, reports ESPN's Shams Charania.
Well, this is a 30-year-old player in the prime of his career. For him to be potentially available or even open-minded to thinking about leaving Milwaukee is a domino that this league is waiting on. He has said repeatedly what he wants out of his career is to be in the best long-term sustained winning environment, and I'm told that's going to be at the forefront of everything he's going to be thinking about.
The Bucks have won just one playoff series since winning an NBA championship in 2021. Also from Shams, Cavaliers shooting guard Donovan Mitchell, ankle injury expected to be a game-time decision in a must-win in Game 5 tomorrow against the Pacers in the Eastern Conference semifinals.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Tuesday with Giannis open to exploring best fits outside of Milwaukee, I'll tell you if there's anything the Bucks can do to change his mind. It's on Sportsman, like 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Hey, man. It's Reggae Monday with Freddie and Harry.
Hey, sexy lady, I like your flow. Your body's banging out of control. You put it on me.
He is Harry Douglas and Freddie Coleman. Reggae Monday for you, and you, courtesy of Freddie and Harry. On Sirius XM Channel 80, don't forget about us, so tune in and always tell that smart speaker to play ESPN Radio. Whether you're a sexy lady or a sexy man, who's going to win either one of the game for us tonight? You got Celtics, Knicks on one side. Knicks lead that series 2-1. And Timberwolves and Warriors on the other side. The T-Wolves leading that 2-1.
Your opinion matters.
Okay, please call me. Please call me.
Call Freddie and Harry now.
Hello.
1-888-SAY-ESPN.
How's it going?
Oh, hey. Oh, hey.
That's 1-888-729-3776.
We see 2-2 or 3-1 involving each of those series, with the Knicks leading in one series and the Timberwolves leading the other series. Let us know at 888-729-3776. This way you can be heard on the Freddie and Harry call-in line, because if you're the Golden State Warriors, Harry Douglas, this is last dance. Last dance at the club if you're the Golden State Warriors, because the Minnesota Timberwolves, they smell blood, especially they got to do to Anthony Edwards that he really got going in the second half. And this is what led to Anthony Edwards saying, oh, hell no.
And Coach Finch said that that poster dunk got you going. What did you see on that dunk? And then also, how did that get you going into the game? It was extremely aggressive second half, too.
The poster dunk by me?
Yeah, on Kevon Looney.
Nah, I feel like when Kuminga dunked on me, that got me going more so.
Anthony Edwards like, whoa, wait a minute, Jonathan Kuminga, whoa. Hold on a second. What's going on here? You just put that on my noggin when I'm used to doing that to other people. It was a different dude, because ballers know you get shamed like that, you got to have a response. Here's a response with that entire second half, where he just took things over.
Yeah, 28 points in the second half for Anthony Edwards, and he was that superstar player and that guy that Chris Finch had called out early in the series. And for Anthony Edwards, I get it, Freddie, you're in the playoffs right now, so I know for all 48 minutes you might not be able to be that bona fide player. Mm-hmm. But for the majority of the time, whether it's 3.5 quarters, you have to be. In my opinion, if you're Anthony Edwards, you cannot allow the Golden State Warriors without Steph Curry to win one of these games coming up, or to win tonight,
right,
and give them life, right? You got Steph Curry, he's out with a hamstring injury. Don't give the Golden State Warriors any life that Steph Curry could come back in this series, if you're Ant-Man, in my opinion. The DSGB, as I call him, down south Georgia boy. But I would say this, too, for Minnesota. We got to give Julius Randle a round of applause.
Absolutely.
Right? Because he's been a guy this entire playoffs, and also since he came back from injury, that has really stepped up and been that secondary player that Anthony Edwards needed. So much so, we understand that Julius Randle cannot shoot the three-pointer like Karl Anthony Towns, but he can knock it down. But when you need that inside post presence, or a guy that can be physical taking the ball to the basket, he is better than Karl Anthony Towns at doing that. And that's what he's been able to provide this season for the Minnesota Timberwolves, something, in my opinion, that I felt like they were lacking, even though they had Rudy Gobert and they had Karl Anthony Towns a season ago. He provides something, the physicality to the game that you need from your power forward, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's not afraid to be that physical presence because you put a bigger guy on him. He can draw him away from the basket and take him off the dribble. You put a smaller guy on him, and he's going to just destroy smaller
play bully
people.
ball.
Absolutely. And at times with his kind of game and ability to score and finish around the rim. Even Jimmy Butler, who did everything possible, but just ran out of gas. Well, more the Timberwolves made him run out of gas. They're really, really good defensively. And they said, oh, Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga, nah, son, we're shutting you guys down. And nobody else was able to step up and make those kind of plays. It also helps or hurts Jimmy Butler that Steph Curry, that dude, may not be around for this series.
You know, obviously with Steph out there, he demands 2 to 3 bodies when he's out there on the floor. When he's not, there's just no room for error. You can't make mistakes. You can't turn the ball over. You can't get back, all of those things. And then you got to take the right shots. You got to move the ball the right way because he's the one individual for sure on this team, maybe in the league, that can make sure you're never out of any game. Like I said, we just got to be better and limit our mistakes.
Because they're playing on the margins. When you have opponents like Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga, and you have a lead in the fourth quarter at home, you got to find a way to put that game away. But that Timberwolves team, like I mentioned, they're not having it. And also, hey, Brandon Brzezinski, where are you at, dude?
Oh, man, Freddie, you took the words right out of my mouth. Like, now, it's been covered up a little bit, right? Because Steph Curry has been there and Jimmy Butler has been the player that he needed to be, and we got some outstanding games from Buddy Hield. But Brzezinski, like, you have to step up and make plays, right? Steph Curry's not walking through the door. All right, Batman's not coming and miraculously and the hamstring's going to be healed. You cannot go 1 for 10 from the field. Like, it just can't happen. I would even say this for Buddy Hield. I know he was 5 for 11. He had 14 points. If Buddy Hield, if you think with Steph Curry being out, going against the Minnesota Timberwolves, that you're going to score 14 points and you guys are going to win a playoff game versus the Timberwolves, you're sadly mistaken. It's not going to happen. Now, I want to know who else is going to be that guy, or is it going to be Jonathan Kuminga again, who scored 30 in that matchup in the last game that these two teams played? Who is going to be that player or players? And I'm going to also call out a Draymond Green because, right, he's a guy that fouled out in the ball game. He's a guy who also had a team high 5 turnovers. You can't be a ball distributor and a guy that orchestrates the offense with 5 turnovers in a game without Steph Curry.
Yeah, because I know you're not expecting Draymond Green to give you 16, but with his ability to get to the front of the rim and hit those floaters, he should get at least 10 to 12 points.
Like, you have to. Like, you have to now. Steph Curry is not on the basketball court. So if you're Draymond, number one, you're so valuable to this team because of the way you play defense and you anchor in the defense. But also, you are one of the guys that sets up the offense as well. So you can ill afford to foul out. You have to be able to score in double digits. I'm going to say anywhere between 12 and 14 points to take some of the load off of Jimmy Butler. But also, you know, Jonathan Kuminga, you're going to have you have to have another phenomenal game. If you're Gary Payton II, it can't just be all defense. You got to have 10 to 12, in my opinion. Collectively as a group, you can't put all the pressure on Jimmy Butler, but at times you can in crunch time. But Jimmy, in my opinion, ran out of gas in the fourth quarter, late down the stretch, you know, when Minnesota went on that little run.
Yeah, the Timberwolves knew it. They said there's only so much you can do, especially the way that you play that kind of physical style. Our physical on defense is going to wear you down, whether you like it or not. We got 2 Game 4s tonight. New York Knicks against the Boston Celtics. Coverage on ESPN Radio beginning at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Knicks lead that series 2-1. Minnesota Timberwolves, they're going for their kill shot tonight. They're trying to knock out the Golden State Warriors. They have a 2-1 lead in that series. That's Game 2 on TNT at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. Give us who you got in both of these Games 4s right now. Freddie and Harry with Harry Douglas and Freddie Coleman on the ESPN Radio and the ESPN app at 888-729-3776. One of our favorites, you know he's Easy E. Eric in New York. E. Dizzle as a Knicks fan. How you feeling tonight, my brother? Our Knicks up 2-1, but playing at Madison Square Garden against the team in the Celtics that took them apart on Saturday.
Freddie, how you doing, brother?
Good, man. How are you?
Okay, and Harry, how are you, brother?
E Dizzle, I'm doing fantastic. I've been eating my Boston baked beans the entire show.
Shut up.
Getting ready for Game 4.
Shut up.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. I still believe in my Knicks, but Freddie understands why us Knicks fans, you know, we've been through so much. we just want them to play well. I mean, we haven't played the only game in the playoffs we really played well was Game 3 against Detroit. Every other game we've been down most of the time by double digits. I love the fight in the team, and I just want them to fight and compete tonight. I feel like this. If the Knicks win this game, they got the series. If they lose it, get one of the two and get it to Game 7, and with 5 minutes left, be within 5 points, and we can just go from there. Because once we stay close, we know how to close games. And we need big body Brunson, get us off to a good start. And guys, hit your shots, play D, and just keep fighting, man. Because Saturday was brutal.
Now, Eric,
let's go next. Orange and blue skies.
Eric,
Yes,
don't go anywhere because I have to call this out. I don't know if I like the tone in your voice right now. I don't know if you truly believe or you're hoping that the Knicks can get it done. You know you're going to, like, which one is it? Let me know, baby.
Eric, don't fall for it.
Orange and blue skies tonight. The Knicks are going to bring it home.
Eric,
that's what I'm talking about.
Orange and blue skies.
Eric,
there we go.
Eric, don't let a Hawks fan whose team hasn't been about anything, and God knows how long, try to convince you about your basketball team.
This is not about the Hawks.
Yeah, it is.
This is not about the Hawks today.
It's always about the Hawks with you.
Last time I checked, the Knicks and the Boston Celtics play tonight. This is about the Knicks.
No, it's about the Hawk known as Harry Douglas trolling people. That's the Hawk I'm talking about as far as that goes. Eric, I want you to believe. That's how you get in trouble, Eric, because of people like Harry Douglas. That's how that happens. You notice he has no defense right now. He's not saying anything to defend himself right now.
I just want you to believe.
See,
that's all.
Like I said, he has no defense right now. Speaking of Eric in Dallas, my friend, we got 2 Game 4s tonight involving the Knicks and Celtics and the Warriors and Timberwolves. Easy E in Dallas. What say you?
Man, I want to say thank you for letting out an ear. Let me say what I'm going to say. I'm looking for Draymond Green to pick up that 6 technical. So here it is. Them boys up in Minnesota can cruise. Because it doesn't matter time for that man to explode. Everybody knows that. And for the New Yorkers, hey, man, I want y'all to win. I've been following Patrick Ewing, John Starks, what's his name, X-Man, all them cats up there. So I want to see the Knicks win. But I tell you this much here. If it goes tied, man, I'm going to go ahead and switch my money real quick at the Bally's Casino and go ahead and put it on Boston.
Go ahead and say it. You know you want to.
No. I just feel like for the Knicks, right? For the fans, make sure, and I don't know why I'm saying this because y'all are always outstanding as y'all are fans in Madison Square Garden rooting on your team. Make life a living hell for Boston tonight as Knicks fans in Madison Square Garden, in the Mecca, the best family room I've ever been a part of. Trust me, basketball, football, baseball, folks. I know personally. My brother Tony Douglas was there. I was in there eating prime rib, steak-em, shrimps, all kind of things.
Believe me, the food at Madison Square Garden, on point.
But if you don't do anything tonight, make sure you win that Game 4 because it's going to decide who wins the series.
You got poor Shannon in incomplete. Just he's wiping his face with his hands.
Well, is that because the shrimp are so good at Madison Square Garden? Why are you wiping your face, Shannon?
I ate so many shrimp, I got iodine poisoning.
Keep weighing in. You can do that at 888-729-3776 on the socials at Coleman ESPN and at H Douglas 83. Who will win either of the Game 4s tonight? Knicks and Celtics, that's Game 1. Warriors and Timberwolves, that's Game 2. Timberwolves lead that series 2-1. Knicks lead the other series 2-1. 888-729-3776. And should the Saints make Harry Douglas' life more of a living hell than what he's used to involving that rivalry? That's next on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. Will a road trend continue for Boston as they look to tie the series up at 2? Or will the Knicks push them to the brink of elimination? Coverage begins today at 7 Eastern, with tip-off at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. Presented by Indeed.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
Cinco de Mayo sale, Mother's Day sale, graduation sale, Memorial Day sale, all rolled up into one giant sales event. Reliable Nissan May Super Sale. Super sale incentives and savings on all new Nissan. No price leaders, no gimmicks, no exception. All vehicles included. Special finance rate, giant incentives, huge discounts, and more. It's 4 sales rolled into one. The May Super Sale at Reliable Nissan on Coors across from the Cottonwood Mall. We are reliable. $7.99 yearly transfer fee. Approved credit expires 5/31/25.
Hi, I'm Zach Gentry. As a professional football player, maintaining my physical health is essential for my career. Quick recovery is crucial for peak performance. I use a hot tub to relax my muscles, relieve pain, improve circulation, boost my metabolism, and enjoy quality time with my family. Let Jacuzzi Cal Spa's Wellness care for you just as they do for me.
As a professional football player, Zach should know Jacuzzi Cal Spa's Wellness, 1460 Renaissance across from Sam's Club and east side of DeVargas Mall, Santa Fe. Our home and/or business is our largest investment. When water and fire damage occur, call someone local and trusted. Water extraction experts. They understand the stress that goes along with getting the problem solved quickly and provide 24-hour, 7-day-a-week service. They will handle the process from damage restoration to full restoration. They will also help with getting dangerous mold removed and determine the cause to get rid of mold for good. 250-6500 and waterextractionexperts.com.
Hinkle rise, Hinkle knows. When you're injured, it's the place to go.
In New Mexico, the weather can change in an instant, and so can road conditions. That's why it's so important to watch for motorcycle and e-bike riders. If an accident happens, Hinkle Law Offices is here to help. With over 30 years of personal injury experience right here in New Mexico, they know how to fight for you. Call 505-TUF-HELP today for a free no-obligation consultation. Hinkle Law Offices. Local, trusted, tough.
When you're injured, it's the place to go.
The Baseball Tonight podcast.
The question of who's going to play first base for the Red Sox. The more that I talk to people, the more that I think the best possible solution would be that Rafael Devers, highest paid guy in the organization, a couple years ago got a $313.5 million contract, that he should go and knock on Alex Cora's door, and he should basically say, you know what, put me there.
The Baseball Tonight podcast is on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
The Stanley Cup playoffs. Man, your nerves might be shot, and you might be screaming your lungs out, and you might be clinging to hope, and it might be tarps off time, and the guy next to you might be your new best friend, and you might be dreaming about the cup, and you might be completely lost for words, but that's what it's all about. That's hockey. The Stanley Cup playoffs continue on ESPN.
You have cancer. There's nothing you can do to prepare yourself.
Round 1 of chemotherapy. I'm gonna fight it. I'm gonna survive. There's no way I'm gonna let this take over me.
Cancer doesn't care what you look like, who you are.
It may not save my life. It may save my children's lives. It may save someone you love.
You ain't get this cancer about you. Let's do it.
Live. Fight like hell. And when you get too tired to fight, let somebody else fight for you.
Because of all the donations, mine is one of the lives that's been saved.
1, 2, 3. Never give up!
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Visit v.org/donate.
Welcome to the show.
Buckle up. It's about to get loud here.
Where MLB stars flash unimaginable power.
Wow.
Unreal stuff.
How good is this guy?
And endless entertainment.
Unbelievable.
Where young trailblazers rock big speed, big swag, and big personalities.
That's what I'm talking about.
Welcome to MLB's Best. Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Capital One. Every Sunday all season at 7 Eastern on ESPN.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. The road team wins again.
Tatum finds a three, knocks down another one.
Will the road trend continue for Boston as they look to tie the series up at 2? Or will the Knicks push them to the brink of elimination?
Brunson steps right for three. Rattled it home.
Game 4, the Celtics and Knicks. Coverage begins today at 7 Eastern. With tip-off at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. Presented by Indeed.
Hi, this is Mark Kestisher. You're listening to Albuquerque's home for college football, ESPN Radio 1017, The Team.
Hey, man. It's Reggae Monday with Freddie and Harry.
He is Harry Douglas and Freddie Coleman. Reggae Monday continues here on ESPN Radio, as well as Sirius XM Channel 80. Don't forget about some tune in, always to that smart speaker. They'll play ESPN Radio. So should the Saints do it? I mean, you got a guy, Kirk Cousins, ain't going to be a starting quarterback for the rival, the Atlanta Falcons. You just had Derek Carr retire. And Harry does, how much does this give the Saints in cap money, cap relief with Derek Carr no longer part of this organization? $30 million? That's how much you told me? They had that much cash and salary cap relief?
$30 million. But I would say this. If I'm the New Orleans Saints, I wouldn't do that deal with the Atlanta Falcons.
Okay. And why not?
Number one, you're getting off the contract of Derek Carr. But also, this also says that you're in a rebuild mode, right? Derek Carr is now retired. You drafted Tyler Shug. You also have Spencer Rattler on the roster as well. I would take my chances with those young guys in building together with the other pieces that they do have, more so than bringing in a Kirk Cousins as a veteran.
I bring in Kirk Cousins a veteran because, to your point, they're rebuilding. You know it's just going to be a one-year transitional period. The quarterback you really want is Tyler Shuck to be ready.
Well, all right, so let me say this.
Right.
If you're the Atlanta Falcons, you should never do this deal.
There you go. I knew we'd get to the truth sooner or later.
You should never do this deal with a team in your own division with a guy who knows your entire playbook. Should never do this deal.
I agree. I'm with you. If I'm the Saints, I'm still kicking the tires anyway, as long as you don't go out of your mind. And if they can give any kind of salary cap relief to the Atlanta Falcons and you can move on from Kirk Cousins, it's only going to be 1 year anyway. The Saints are not going to hurt you, in my opinion, in that division. They're not going to be any good in 2025. If they're any good, 7 wins at best. When you have a new head coach, new organization, new scheme, new players, new installs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I would kick the tires. I'm with you. The Falcons shouldn't do it. But if I'm the Saints, I don't think I could go into training camp with that kind of quarterback room. Now, granted, Derek Carr knew he could not play anymore. He knew that his shoulder was not going to be able to even be a reasonable quarterback, much less any kind of good quarterback, which means you're Kellen Moore. You got all these young dudes that you have to coach up. All right, now.
We're going to let all three of these guys roll, and they've all earned these opportunities. We'll let Jake, Spencer, and Tyler, all three kind of go through this process. Again, we'll play patience, let these guys compete, let them get into training camp, and, naturally these guys will kind of take care of itself.
You can afford to be patient. But, Harry, you know this. You've been a part of a training camp or 2 or 10 or 11 in your NFL career. You understand exactly that you can say whatever you want in early May of 2025. Then you may get to training camp and go, oh, my God, we better go get a quarterback, at least somebody that looks like they actually know what they're doing. And the playbook that we have won't be as strenuous on them mentally and also on the inside because they can adapt really, really quickly in a potential gap year in New Orleans.
So there's two people, in my opinion, that comes to mind if you're the New Orleans Saints and you want to have a veteran player in there. Number one is going to be Teddy Bridgewater, who's already been in the city of New Orleans and understands the culture down there and what the organization is all about. Number two, Carson Wentz is the other one.
Okay, I'm listening.
Those are the two guys that I would bring in as veterans to be the bridge gap quarterbacks.
Right.
So these younger players can have enough time to, number one, learn from somebody that's older, but also get more acclimated to understand what it means to be a pro, what it means to be the face of the organization, and that whole nine.
Yeah, the Saints are the ultimate epitome of how things can change in the blink of an eye in the NFL. Because after week 2 last year, we're thinking, man, that team's going to be hell long wheels to deal with. The way that they were scoring, defense playing really well. We're thinking even if they give up 21 points, they could get on an average of 35, 38 points a game. That's how they looked after the first 2 weeks of the NFL season. We were like, whoa, Clint Kubiak, he's got them rocking and rolling. Derek Carr making plays, wide receivers making plays all over the place, running game, offensive line, and the defense could play loose and free. Then by week 8, we looked at this, and this is going downhill fast with the New Orleans Saints. So now it's a total rebuild with the Saints. And if you're Kellen Moore, you got a pretty good idea how to coach offensive football. You bring the right guys on defense. You're not going to surprise anybody, but you may not be as bad as you are. Even though I still think, to your point about a veteran quarterback, I keep the ties on Kirk Cousins, but your other two options, including Teddy Bridgewater, that's not a bad idea either.
But I would also say this for the Atlanta Falcons, right? You play the Saints twice a year. I don't want that veteran quarterback. Now, if someone else signs with the New Orleans Saints and you deal with it at that time whenever you play the Saints. But I know how defensive coordinators, how they approach playing a rookie quarterback. Not name Jaden Daniels. Right? I know what the mindset is. Okay, we're going to force the issue. We're going to see if he truly knows when this comes, or we're going to make it seem like the blitz is coming from the left side, but we're going to send the blitz from the right side, and we're going to have him change the protection to the left side, and we're going to have a free runner that basically hits him.
Yes. I know what you wanted to say.
I almost said something else.
Exactly. You're not right, but you're not wrong. Whatever you were going to say, as far as that goes. You're not right for thinking it, but you're not wrong. Because
I had to catch myself for a second.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. I knew exactly what you were trying to spit, so I clearly understood where you were coming from as far as that goes. He's Harry Douglas, always available on the socials at HDouglas83. I'm Freddie Coleman, always available on the socials at Coleman. ESPN Reggae Monday continues here on Freddie and Harry. So could the Celtics-Knicks game, no matter what happens tonight, be a full tilt boogie 7-game series? We'll answer that next on ESPN Radio.
Harry Douglas here. When you're on a business trip, you know what goes completely off the rails? Your workout routine, folks. Especially when you book a hotel that doesn't have a gym. Then you have to squeeze in between the desk and your bed, eke out 2 push-ups, and call it a day. If you just stay at La Quinta by Wyndham, you'll discover there's a fully equipped fitness center at every location. Now you can wake up and do some weightlifting to prepare you to carry your team on your back all day long. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control.